If the half. What's up, guys? Thank you very much for the for the $25 big juicy sub, Terracuda. Thank you, man, for resubbing again with the big dick sub. 36-month streak as well. I appreciate it, man. No, Rex, it didn't say it just said the. What? You've led me astray. You ruined the joke. God damn it. The captions do love saying if though. It's like the caption's favorite thing. I want to say it's maybe like the part of the beat in a song that hits like maybe like snare sounds and stuff it thinks are ifs. I don't know, man. It's weird though. B-Rex East 8 supposedly releases today for PC. Prove it. It was delayed again. What? Wait, so I knew it was delayed again, but I thought there was like new news. Maybe he just hadn't. Because if it was supposed to release today and then like today they were like, wait, nah. That's ridiculous. I assume that's not what happened though. But yeah, for now, last I heard, it's not like they don't really have a release date. I've been kind of back and forth between whether I want to, like just play it on PS4 or if I want to wait. Because like I really want to get around to playing it, but I heard that there's like translation issues, like the translation is bad. So I don't know if that justifies waiting or not. I guess I don't really know quite how bad it is or how much I would care. It's hard to say. You would say just wait for now? There's performance issues? Wait, in the PS4 version? Oh, they released the translation patch today. Okay. Yeah, I do have other games to play right now. Like Mario's gonna take a while, and then I got Celeste and Iconoclast. But, if there's nothing else I'm jumping into after that, I might do East 8. Oh yeah, on PC I know there was performance issues, but on PS4 it runs fine, right? Like, which is why I was considering just going ahead and doing it on PS4 now, because like, there's no huge reason besides the translation, and if that's gonna get fixed, then like I might as well. Thank you HB for the 27 months. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. So it runs at a solid 60 FPS most of the time on the original PS4, I guess. Just know that East 8 is very long. That's okay. It's okay for a good game to be long, I don't mind. I don't know how long Celeste is going to take me. I don't think Iconoclast is a huge game. This is probably going to take a while to finish, depending on how completionist I get with it. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll have, like, long game, because Mario, and then maybe, like, a couple short ones, and then another long game. Works for me. I can handle it. Also, I was mentioning in the Discord earlier a thought I had, kind of like an idea where I would start doing some more like multiplayer game streams with kind of like a theme where the title will be like Backseat Me Fortnite or Backseat Me Overwatch, like, and I would just do that more often, and basically the whole point would be for me to get better and for chat to offer any advice they want, just like completely open. I think it could be fun. Like, and I could set a certain goal that I want to achieve. Like, for example, in Overwatch, I could have a certain rank I want to get, or in Fortnite, I could say, like, I want to pull off a 10-kill game. And, like, we keep trying to, like, get better until I get there. And then maybe we could even set a new goal if I'm still enjoying it. It's a trap. He's going to ban us all. I just think it'll be fun because, like, we'd accomplish a few things at the same time. Like, I would get better at the game. I'd have an excuse to play it more, excuse to stream more, and it could be fun. Who knows? I'm definitely considering that, though. Rex, stop missing. Like, there's a couple different types of advice you can get, right? Like, you can get tips like, hey, if you do this, it accomplishes this. And there's also like, hey, I noticed that a weaker part of your game is your aim or your awareness or whatever. Like, sometimes it's hard to tell where you're weak, where you're lacking. But if someone else is looking in at it, it's a lot easier for them to tell, you know? I just think it'd be fun for me to like really be really open to that. Would those be additional streams, not replacement streams? Yeah, they wouldn't be replacement streams. They wouldn't necessarily be 5 hours. I don't know. It could just be something like, if I'm planning to play Fortnite, like, might as well go live, do a few hours of Fortnite on stream, and just like be completely open to advice and criticism. Thank you, Cam Rossi, for the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Hey, Rex, I noticed the weaker part of your game is your skill. Thanks. Too slow, Munchkin. Someone already fucked you. Someone already made the joke. Thank you for the 29 months, rolling the floor, bro. I appreciate that. I'm hearing Overwatch streams in your future. It's possible. I started getting back into it. I hadn't played it since season 5, which is when I started too, so I still haven't played too much. So I'm definitely like really bad at Overwatch. Thank you, Meows, for the 26 months. Oh, right, I have this resub thing. There you go, I guess. Works for me. I'll take it. In Overwatch, I feel I play whatever hero is needed. Although there's a few I don't usually pick unless people really want me to play them. Like, I'm not very good at Zarya. Not really good at Tracer. Tracer's really hard. Like Hanzo and Widow, I don't really pick. People get pissed if you pick them anyway. So I pretty much just play whatever. Like, if anyone asks me to play a specific hero, I just play that. Which means I end up playing a lot of healer, and especially Mercy. Like, if I have the choice, I usually won't pick Mercy unless they're making me solo heal. But most of the time, if they want you to heal, they tell you to pick Mercy. So I probably play Mercy the most. But I can play whatever. But yeah, I'm like barely gold. In fact, I might be slightly in silver now. I can't remember where I ended off. I'm fucking bad at Overwatch, man. Like, real bad. Hey, Adelopus. Not sure if I'm saying that right, but hey. Mercy nerf is coming, so hopefully she drops out of the meta. I mean, meta doesn't really matter at my skill level. It's not really the most important thing. It's not like the biggest factor is meta at this level, at like gold, silver, or plat even. Probably even diamond. Like, meta probably only matters like GM, maybe master. I would probably say. Whenever a character's in the meta, everyone expects you to play them. Yeah, it's true. I think Mercy's just entrenched in people's brains as like the best healer, just period. It is fair enough that like at a lower level, it's probably the easiest for, like, it's probably going to be the most effective from most people because it's easy. But anyway, when you get Monster Hunter. When you get Monster Hunter, would you consider doing like sub 4-man hunts and stuff for this sort of thing, assuming you're still doing it by the time PC comes around? I don't really know how that works. If I don't really know what the situation is, like if Cherno wants to do that with me. I can't remember if we like actually talked about it specifically. If Cherno would be down to do it, I would stream Monster Hunter with... If I say Monster one more time, I'm uninstalling OBS. I'd be down to stream with them. What are we doing? I'm just talking about Monster Hunter. I'm saying I'd be down to stream it with you. You can hunt monsters with up to 4 people in Monster Hunter. I see. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Might end up just being... Yeah? Okay, Cherno's down for Monster Hunter, so it'd probably just be the 2 of us. But, I don't know. We'll see. Dead Space 3. That could be a fun meme as well. Monster Hunter. Fuck. Anyway, I'm done rambling for one stream start. Let's do the thing. Let's very slowly, but eventually do the thing. Here we go. We're doing it. Things being done. Let's do that thing. And then let's do this thing. Uninstall OBS now, please. That doesn't count. It wasn't by mistake. It was on purpose. Uninstall or riot. You knew what I meant. Get out of here. Okay. Let's figure out what the heck's going on in this video game. I don't remember anything, as usual. Big, brutal battle. Can't watch Mario spoilers, but this guy tunes into a fucking Mario stream. Oh man, I forgot I got this outfit. This outfit's sick. Yep, I remember coming up here. That's definitely the way forward. And we definitely went in there, and I think I just ended right here. So, perfect. I guess we'll just keep doing what I was doing here for now. Got nothing better to do. Alright, I guess I'll grab the flag and then we'll look around. Knowing this game, there's probably about 200 or 300 moons in this little area before the actual door is there. So I'm going to want to have a look. Oh, are we just jumping right into the fight? Yep, the wedding's almost here. The boss is getting ready in the keep up ahead. But you two can scram, because you're definitely not invited. You know Switch has an incredible sleep mode, right? Yes. Sorry, I gotta get rid of the music thing. I'm a good streamer. I did finally get back to Pixel about that, though. So, once he answers me, might eventually have that fixed. What's your point, King Broly? What does that have to do with it? But you two can scram, because you're definitely not invited. Fucking rude, man. It's your turn, huh? Alright. Prepare to get fucked. Like, not sexually. Oh, right, you gotta deflect her, spike ball things. Okay, get fucked. Do I have to, like... Okay. Probably didn't have to ground pound. Probably just had to jump on her head. Nice attack. I'm really threatened by this. Oh no. This is terrible. What am I gonna do? I can't possibly win. It's over, guys. She's unstoppable. Glitched ball? I didn't even notice the glitched ball. Rex blind. Uh-oh, I've taken damage. It's over now. Is she targeting me, or is that just unlucky? I guess it's just unlucky. Uh-oh. I mistimed my throw. GG. Seem to have turned the game off instead of just going back to home and putting in sleep mode. I play other games when I'm not streaming. Pretty good so far. Just control here. Also, I just randomly remembered someone asked me earlier how many pork chops the recipe I used made, and it was 6. So there you go. It was 6 pork chops. You're welcome. Thank you for the 16 months, Olympic Smiler. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for staying subbed. Yeah, it did kind of look like a pork chop, didn't it? A pork chop? A pentagram. Not a... She did not draw a pork chop with her bombs. You asked that? Nice, Terku. Well, you're welcome. 6 pork chops in one sitting? No. It made sense. I put the rest in the fridge for the next 2 days. I ate 2. 2 pork chops and mashed potatoes. That'd be pretty amazing if the boss drew a pork chop. The boss wasn't kidding when he said you two are persistent. But I owe it to I hate when I have to read shit like this, like, duh family, to all the brutals to come at you with everything I got. Like, what the fuck is... I don't want to say duh. Wait, how many pentagrams did you make? I made 6 pentagrams in my slow cooker. This is doing another fight immediately, huh? Alrighty. Have one of these. Can't touch me. Probably. Yep, can't touch me. That's a lot of hats, sir. That is entirely too many hats. I'm gonna have to confiscate those. Are they good-sized meals? Yeah. Yeah, it's what I did today was the easiest and also the tastiest food I've made since I started cooking. Oh shit, I'm almost dead. You just put all the pork chops into the slow cooker with a liner. Can of cream of mushroom soup, can of cream of chicken soup, packet of like this ranch mix stuff. That's it. And then for the potatoes, I just steamed them in the rice cooker and then mashed them. Like no effort whatsoever. It's like 2 pork chops and some potatoes. 36 pork chops? I fucking hope not. But yeah, it was definitely the laziest food I made so far. Literally just stuff from cans and packets. But it was also delicious. You'll give it a try? Nice. Do it. 4 hours on high. Oh, nice B-Rex. If you did that, you could totally do shepherd's pie. What? What? How does that mean I can do a pie? What? Also, why? Why would I do a pie? Where'd that come from? It's like, hey guys, I ate an apple today and like I peeled it first. It's like, oh man, you can make a souffle then. You should make a souffle, dude, totally. It's not an actual pie? Okay. I see. What? All right then. What is this day? What does this shit do? I guess there's a moon buried somewhere or something. I love how whenever Rex cooks something, he's like, yeah, but it's not real food. Like, what are you supposed to do? Go out and kill your own food and grow your own crops. I don't know, it's lazy, low effort stuff. Like, I don't really buy like fresh veggies and shit because like A, I'm not gonna use it all before it goes bad, and B, I don't want to fucking cut and dice shit if I can avoid it. So like I use a bunch of frozen shit, just shit from packages and cans and stuff. Like it's food, but it is more effort than buying fast food. You're right. What I've been doing basically is just like looking at the flyer for the grocery store and like whatever meat is on sale, I'll get like enough to make food for like 3 or 4 days. I'll look up an easy recipe for it in the crock pot and then I'll do that and then I'll just eat it with rice or potatoes made in the rice cooker. And then repeat. It's pretty good, pretty easy, and really cheap. Like my meals have probably averaged, barring the cost of like spices that I had to buy, but I'll have for a long time, probably like $2 a meal. I can't imagine B-Rex in an apron. No, I don't wear an apron. Thanks, Kinetic. Okay, let me see if there's anything to be found with this idiot first. And then we'll, if I find something, then I'll fucking slowly hop my way over. I can't find anything though. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to use that for. Also, I still don't really know how these paintings work when they're blank like this. I have no idea what to do. Like, it's just it kind of looks like it has a similar pattern to the cube, doesn't it? We've got to hurry? What the? Shut up. No, we don't. I could stay here for an infinite amount of time and nothing would happen, you stupid bitch. What the hell, Rex? I noticed and now can't get over it. How can you swear during this game? What? What? You what, mate? We finally reached the main courtyard. I noticed. Thank you for helping me be aware of that, I guess. Probably would have figured that out without your help, but hey. And before game over because Bowser married Peach already. That would honestly be incredible in its own way. Okay, I guess there's nothing to that. They wouldn't put something over there with, like, I don't know if I could. I doubt I could reach that, even if I used, like, all my jumps. And got fancy and shit. I'm gonna go ahead and put that in the probably not barrel. If anything, probably some coins up there, if it's even possible to reach. Nothing more. Almost fell. I know there's a moon around here somewhere. No one told Rex about the hidden wedding time. Rip. Game over. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna put my hat on this and spin it, and this is gonna act like a switch or lever, and it's gonna open something up, and then I'm gonna get a moon. See? Exactly how I said. That was spot on. Perfect. That's why they call me the God Gamer. Fucking nailed it, man. Oh, I fell. God damn it. Nice PowerPoint presentation. But I haven't dropped any frames. Okay, now I have. That's weird, though. I didn't drop any before, and yet it was already a PowerPoint? The heck? I guess I'll just kind of sit still for a moment. Internet, why? Like, I have good internet. So why? Internet, my man. My man, you gotta stop. Trying to do my job. Also, I found the cube. Okay, this is not cool. This is... I'm honestly not a fan. Personally, if I had my way, I'd probably go for, like, no dropped frames. Oh, I think we're good. It's done having a little hissy fit there. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we've ascended PowerPoint. Oh, man, that's impressive. Okay, well, I think it's good now. As far as I can tell. Are these a thing? I guess not. Oh, okay, bye. Bye. Good thing there was a checkpoint right there. Listening to audio only on my phone. Sounds like this B-Rex guy is super pro at the games. Oh yeah, you can tell by how I'm accomplishing things. Yeah, let's just head over this way where I was planning to go. We'll get whatever's over here, and then I'll figure out what that thing on the wall was and how to get the moon. Probably something to do with the thing on the wall, in all likelihood. Nice. Rip extra hearts. I had extra hearts? Oh, right. I just got those. I kind of zoned out. Thank you, Terracuda, for gifting a sub to The Truth of Perfection for some reason. I always wonder, like, when someone gifts a sub, just, like, with no lead up, just out of nowhere, it's like, what made them decide at this moment to gift a sub to that person? Like, right now, that specific person. It's like it's interesting to me. Anyway, thanks, Terracuda. I appreciate it. I can be nice. Yeah, clearly. That's pretty nice. It's just like, how did you select your target? That's what I'm wondering. Did they fucked? Did you guys fuck? I'm intrigued now. Some form of sex. Well, you guys all have the same kind of fucking mind, huh? What's up, needle dick nose, chump, bitch, bird, guy? Get fucked by my needle dick nose. I don't know why why dick has to come into the equation at all for this. Get off. Oh, okay. Thanks. It listened, I guess. Like, a nose is already, like, phallic. You could already have, like, a needle nose. Why would it be dick? Should be either dick or nose. It can't really be both. Is this the sausage roll guy? Haha. My targets are usually viewers who I recognize and aren't subbed. I see. And who aren't garbage, right? Like, you wouldn't gift one to Falk, for instance. Because Falk's garbage. Which is why it baffles me that people keep gifting subs to Falk, but hey, that's the world we live in. It's a mysterious place. I can't be this fish, can I? I didn't think so. I should probably get that. Meow! That one time I got gifted a sub, I had to send toe pics. Oh man, toes. Fucking score. Wrecked Falk? Yeah, I get struck. What? What happened when I was watching chat? I was only pressing the button that makes you swim up. I was just looking at chat, pressing B so I wouldn't drown. And somehow I went forward off the edge. The heck? Hold on, just scratch it an itch. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. At least these guys respawn, I suppose. Falk gifting is like a middle finger to Rex, that's why. Fair enough. We should make it a meme here that you guys gift subs to people that I ban. Because I would get money. That's the only reason. Also, it would be kind of funny. But mostly I would get money. Well, we need this guy to get up, but like, I kind of want to make sure we're not missing anything on this side of the water before we get going. Do I hear a shiny? I guess it's just that one that I've already gotten? Perhaps? Gift to Wondering A. Yeah, that would be hilarious. You should do that because it would be funny and not for any other reason specifically. Nice aim. I definitely hear a twinkly twinkly. Unless, again, it's just under me. Ah, whatever. Whatever, man. Does that mean you get to swag people? If it means I get subs, sure. Ban them all. We should play a game where every person I ban, somebody has to give them a sub or I turn off the stream. I have no shame. Oh, thanks, Yoruji. I will take that into consideration. I hear a twinkly twinkly. Well, I thought I heard a twinkly twinkly. That was close. I didn't think I could even grab onto that, but I'll take it. Okay, if we could just, you know, yeah, that. If we could just that. If BRX were to gift a sub to everyone he's mean to, he'd be even more broke. What? I'm only mean to like 45% of my viewers. Like, that's not even a majority. Come on. Not even 50%, and you're acting like it's a big deal? Yeah, I was gonna say, these white walls here are very suspicious, because like, they didn't have any reason to be white. You know what I mean? How do I like the season rewards in Rocket League? I don't give a fuck. I don't I don't care that much about cosmetic stuff. I still play Rocket League from time to time, but like, I haven't improved in like 2 years. I've been the same rank for like my whole life. This is champ, high champ, low champ 2. On rare occasion, I've ascended temporarily to like high champ 2 and almost champ 3, but never quite pulled it off. And on rare occasions, I drop to high diamond 3 because I'm garbage. Maybe some walls are just privileged. I bet I can be this flag. Actually, probably not. How would a flag wear a hat? Why do they look important, though? Like, they're moving around. Uh-oh! Okay. You once got in silver? Nice! Hi, Starfire. Can you guys... Yeah, you guys should just call me Champ from now on. That should be my new name. Wait, can I nail this from over there? No, I can't, which means I've got to get this guy to crush it? But he doesn't go far enough forward. Oh, does he? He does. I'm a liar. It was a joke. I wasn't... I knew he would. I'm not that stupid. Right. My name is Gay. Gay is one of the most effective ways to get my attention. Because it highlights my chat. It's a good meme, man. I was walking along these rooftops for so long, I got lost. But I found this power moon, so it's not all bad. Thank you, Keygander, for gifting a sub to Mika Bells. Okay, thank you, Keygander. Is that your girlfriend? Sounds like a girl name. And I can't think of any other reason that you would gift it to them. That's my prediction. I want to know if I'm right. I'm putting $1.17 on the line. Not a penny more, though. Was that voice acting? No, it was just... I would never. I just... We fucked. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I mean, close enough. Bananasaurus Rex sounds like a girl's name. I can see that. I can see that. But my intense masculinity overpowers the girliness, the potential girliness of the name. Can I ground pound that? Get out of here. I said, get out. Okay, so there's a mild possibility that if I were to bring that stone Mario way the fuck over here, it would... No, I wouldn't be able to get up through the... yeah, we can't climb with that. Not possible. Rex, did Chad ever find out what the third word was that gets highlighted? I know that gay and black are two of them. Black's not one of them. People don't usually misuse black. I have gay, faggot, and retard, and rape set to highlight, so if people are like tossing them around in the wrong way, or in the case of like a couple of those using them at all, I'll know and we can do something about it. Nazi? No, but we probably should have that one highlighted. There might be a couple more that I'm not remembering right now. My ears! Come on, the context makes it... You know, not weeb anymore, no. I used to have weeb because people would always use it in a derogatory way, but like, it's not worth the trouble to bother with that. It's just like, used so often. Get down there. Whee! That's actually smart. I wasn't expecting that from a banana. Fucking rude. Rude as hell. Oh, the coins are not moving with the thing. Okay, well, I'm doing this the worst possible way then. Nice camera. Nice video game. Nice, very nice video. Very high quality merchandise that I've purchased with my money here. Nice. I guess the idea is like you should position yourself and just wait so that you don't care about the camera, but come on. Come on. What kind of video game is this? How would you address Cherno if Weeb was banned? I probably might go out on a limb and go for like Cherno or something, but I'm kind of crazy, so I know maybe not everyone would be willing. Okay, why did it? I didn't try to. That's not what I wanted. Fuck. All right. Are you guys ready for an insane strat? Watch this. Close. I bet you can get on top of that, though. Pretty confident. Rex can't camera. No chance this works. I'll fucking show you, man. I will show you. Is Rex still a banned word? Why would Rex? What? Why? Why would that ever? Don't understand. All right, it's coming right up. Here we go. Let me just reset my position. Get on the fucking hat. Fucking Mario. You fucking fuck. Motherfucker. Nice one, Bugle Pirate. This guy, he just won't get on the fucking hat. Rex is a derogatory word. Yeah, if you call someone else Rex, it'd be very insulting. There's no other way over here, right? Like, they didn't sneak a wall in there. And I don't think I'd be able to get up from here without... Yeah, no, we'd have to use that strat. But I am convinced that that's... Oh, wait. I could just jump from there. I bet you I can just make it as Mario if I go up there to that platform. It should be DNLKS. Fucking should be. All right. Let's get up to that platform. Bitch! Put your needle dick into the wall. Okay. Oh. How about from fucking here? Fucking... Oh my god. I'm not smart at all. Rex, you're breaking my heart. Sorry. Whee! I almost fucked it. All right. Secret moon. Sick. A small stack of coins. Yeah, I figured they wouldn't put anything too important up here for realsies. Like, a few coins is what I expected. TBH. Rex, stop calling him Mario. You're Canadian, and in Canada, his name is Murio. It is? I thought it was Morio. Oh my god! Put me out of my misery. That coin was just a moon in disguise. Good job, Rex. Thank you, Naloa. Hi, Naloa. This guy doesn't have, like, a secret move that would affect this thing, does it? Because, like, that's the second time I've seen this. How about if I jump and do that? No? Okay. Guess I'll fuck myself. Oh! Oh, hold on. Wait. There we go. That's not all that does, is it? Wow. Nuts. Fucking nuts secret. That was off the chain. And there isn't even a chain to begin with. But somehow... Oh, those are... Perspective is hard. Somehow, despite the lack of a chain, that first got onto the chain and then got off the chain so that I could be off the chain. That was how off the chain it was. I'm good at humor. Okay, so maybe let's watch out for those. Those are probably not good. It's based on experience. Hold on. What was over here? Was there any kind of coinage? Purple coinage? Nah. Just some basic bitch coins. Okay. Well, gotta look over here. Okay, thanks, email. I bet you could reach that over there from here if you want it. Oh, there's a seed down there. Huh. Well then. Hey, Wookie, what's up? Wait, maybe they go on those metal plates? Oh, maybe it goes right there, obviously. Ow. Wait, wouldn't that just let me get up there? To a place that I could easily reach anyway? Or am I crazy? Well, if I can't kill it, I might as well just... There we go. And one more for you. Got him. I don't really see the point of the... Wait, there was another one? Okay, I don't really see the point of this. Let's see, I guess. Sometimes this stream hurts in a very special place. Okay. Thanks for that. Does this just keep... Oh. Wow, that's really tall. So does it just act as a shortcut, or does it let me access somewhere new entirely? Maybe it goes really high up into the sky where there's like a hidden moon or something at the top. Can you recall when and what game you were the saltiest during your streaming career? No. No, I don't really remember things. Thank you, Wookie, for the 14 months. How do I turn off auto-renew? I don't think you can. I don't know. You're fucked, man. You just gotta keep giving me money. Sorry, bud. Thanks, though. Thanks for staying subbed forever. So, I assume that these... I mean, come on, that's gotta open, right? There's no fucking way. How would I don't understand. Like, I was thinking maybe there's a switch for the needle dick around here, but I don't see any. Fuck, man, I don't know. Those, like, really clearly seem to be, like, something that you would go into. It's just positioned so deliberately. I don't know, man. The Cheetah Men fight? Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That's, like, top 3 probably for sure. If not, number 1. How high are we going? Oh, shit. You know, I don't think I've actually successfully landed one of these until now. I bet they always go into the clouds like this. I just had no idea. Neat. Oh, the nostalgia. Oops. Oh. Put it in my bum, man. What? You're gonna fucking... That is terrible game design. Wow. Well done, Rex. Thanks. To be fair, I'm 100% blaming the camera, and you can suck my butt if you disagree, because like I could not tell that there was a slope there. So there. Whee. But the nostalgia though feels fucking good. Okay. Here we go. I mean, come on. I was like, how am I supposed to see? It looks like we got to jump to, you know? Like not my fault. Oh, it did it again. Crafty fucker. Oh, shit. I thought I could stop. Can't I? I can. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Saved it. I thought I had it. Rip. So I'll go up the whole fucking vine again. You did the exact same thing the first time. I knew it. I knew I wasn't the only one. Cheating? How's that? How's that cheating? It's using your resources to your advantage. That's all. Also, ow. It's okay. I'm going to get healed when I get this moon on my first try. Well, next first try. Next try. Oh, maybe you come out of those doors after you finish this. Maybe. There are exactly 2 of you who managed that. Good job. There's more than 2 of us. So I've learned to just not touch the analog stick until here. Nice! I better not fall off because of that. Oh, wait, stopped it. Okay. Neat. Alright, well, now I lost my perfect centering. Fucking rip! Wow. Jesus Christ. Well, that's dumb. Once you take away your straight line on that, you're fucked. That's okay though. God, that's rough. Oh, he squeezed through. Yeah, I got the moon that I said I was gonna get on my first try. I didn't say I would get both. I'll get the other one this time, though, and I'm not even going to touch my analog stick. That's how good I am. I'm only using one hand right now. Easy. Look at him go. How does he line up the angle perfectly like this every time? He's gotten every coin. He can't be stopped. Oh, my God. Insane. Absolutely fucking insane. Thank you for the 15 months, Lord Alucard, the 13th. Well, I was closer to a year last month. How do you stop this? You're fucked now, man. You're screwed. That's it. Forever, you're gonna get farther and farther from a year. Eventually, though, you'll be far enough from a year that we can say it's almost a year. So. But you'll never be a year. It'll always be almost a year, I'm afraid. You're totally expecting me to miss the moon somehow. Now, how the fuck would even I manage such a feat? No, get off! Okay. I kind of got distracted. It was almost a whoopsie-doopsie. I'm never going to say that again, I promise. Whatever. I'll take 1 damage. Let's get the flag. That way, if I die, it'll be less annoying. Guy pointing at forehead.ping. Okay, bye, Yusu. Thanks for watching. Yeah, whoopsie doopsie. An oopsie daisy. Shit, I fucked up itty dippity. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Oh my god. That was not the direction that... Okay. Whatever. Wait, can you farm coins in those cloud areas? I bet you can farm coins in those cloud areas. Don't answer that, but I bet you can. You totally can. You can just find one, like find the easiest one to get to, go there, keep going in, get like 200 coins, easy. Easiest game of my life. Yo. You say yo and he fucking attacks you. What a douche. I knew you were hiding something down here.
Hey Rex, got my master's defense tomorrow and I'm scared. X, so have some bits.
Can I just start by saying I'm impressed that Ivy managed to correctly pronounce hay even though you spelled it hedge? But that's sick, dude. Good luck. I don't have anything, you know, impressive going on in my life like that, so I can't really relate, but hope you don't fuck it all up and ruin your career forever and be garbage in the eyes of all your peers and superiors for the rest of time. We gotta get Needle Dick so we can get those holes. Okay. But yeah, as long as you don't do that, you'll be good. That's just the main thing you want to avoid, would be my advice, but like I said, I'm no expert. Way to keep the chill, Rex. Thanks, man. Yeah, no pressure. Fuck, I'm such a cock. I wonder what the torches actually did, because like it made a jingly sound, but nothing seemed to happen. Easy moon. Is it another moon in here? Please? Please? Sir? Thank you. Oh, wow. That is insane loot right there. Look at that. Okay, but really, what did what did I accomplish with the torches? I don't understand. All right, whatever. I'm out of here. We'll figure it out later. Although, probably actually never. Okay, so obviously... Hey, Bowser. Hey, Peach. Obviously, we gotta drop down to whatever I just passed. So, we came from there. Definitely something below, right? You got a moon? Hey, you got a moon? Oh, whoops. Oh, whoop. Oh. Whoop. Whoops. Thanks, Jen. I've been working on that one. I'm glad you picked up on it. Glad someone appreciated it. 2000 IQ Rex. I know it. I see purple coins at the very least. So we're definitely gonna get those. Oh, why did I die first? You gotta toss your fucking... Wow. Did you notice that? That high-level commentary? You see what I did was I read what the guy said in the game. I read what was on the screen. So, like, we kind of, like, doubled it for dramatic effect. It's just a little tip for you up-and-coming streamers. Thank you for the 2 months Wipeout. I appreciate it, man. Grats, Rex. For what? What? What is it? 2 months? Is that almost 2 years? That is pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. It might as well be. IMO. Easy. There's never any doubt. Well, now what? Easy. Oh. Okay. That's alright. That's alright. How's that any different from what I always do with chat? It's not. Also, another pro tip. In lieu of being funny or entertaining yourself, amass a community of snarky internet nerds whose comments you can cherry pick and read out loud on your stream to make it seem like you're the one being funny. That's the #1 key to being successful on Twitch. In my... What? Oh. How do you eat? Do I have eyeballs? No, I'm not going to speedrun this. I would rather die. How does one amass these nerds? Speedrun a game that people like for a while or something. Or just like show your asshole. Both equally effective strategies. Just give me one more sec, Bowser. There's probably something somewhere around here. I feel like there's got to be something going on with that big fucking golden Bowser, right? Like, I guess not. Okay, Rex, here's a joke you can take credit for. It's pretty bad, stupid, and a pinch clever. Is it me? Oh. How would I even manage missing this moon? You see what you're doing here? This is why I don't underestimate you anymore. What? What? How would even I manage missing this moon? See what you're doing? What? I don't... Oh, man, that was a good one. Thank you, Nala. I appreciate that. So I don't have to, like, pay you for that or anything? That's just free? Nice. You were a special man. Oh, nice. Thank you. Good follow-up. Names are hard to read? Was it the wrong name? Oh, that's not Nala. That's Nustad. It's red and it starts with an N, but that's... Oh, yeah. Okay. So that wasn't the... Right. Okay. Right. So that... Okay, Nustad, what's your joke? You ask us to remember your name for at least half a day after telling us this joke. We agree, and then you say knock knock. Okay. Hold on. I got a good one for this. Hey Google. Remind me in 2 years to follow up on the knock knock joke where someone told me to ask chat what my name is or remember my name or whatever, and then I be like, knock knock, who's there? Wait, how does this joke work? Anyway, remind me of that, Google. Thanks. She's thinking about it. And then chat says, who's there? And I say, what? You forgot my name already. Okay. She's having a real hard time with this. It's just processing. It's not even... She just gave up. 2 years from now, I'm going to be like, what the fuck? Probably. Yeah. It won't do it. I set off your Google Home. Shit, rip. Alexa, order 75 dildos from Amazon. Come on. It's not gonna work. It's just not doing. Maybe it'll process. That's weird. It's just not doing anything. All right. Will he let me go around the back here? Nope. Cutscene. The showdown. Hey, thanks, Rex. I was gonna order 75 dildos, but I forgot. Did it really? No, it didn't. I don't believe in us that. We're off to our wedding ceremony on the moon. Gwahahaha. I missed the first line. Terrible streaming. No! Wrecked. Oh, I like how he's actually wearing what I outfitted him with during the cutscene. Good job. You don't have an Alexa? I don't think so. You got me, man. I knew we weren't actually gonna fight Bowser. Rip. Okay. What's your deal? Okay, probably gotta knock a bomb back at the leg to knock off the armor, and then we use Needle Dick to climb up the... Then we use Needle... Oh, we use Needle Dick to knock the thing back in the first... What am I talking about? And then we probably use Needle Dick to climb up. That's my guess. Rip that Needle Dick. That'll teach you, I guess. See what I did again there, guys? I read what it said. I don't... Am I, like, ground pounding this idiot? Haha! Alright. I think what you mean is... Yosh! Right? Fellow anime fans? That's what they say. When you're in anime, when... Alright, can I have another dude? Thanks. I don't know why you would keep giving me those, but thank you. Appreciate that. Fuck them with Needle Dick. That's what I'm doing. Oh, the dump. Oh. Rip. Yeah, fair enough, HB. Combate Rex Chan. Fuck. Can you fucking... Hello? I probably should have... I'm not gonna run out of time, am I? I thought I could get up there without Needle Dick. Go! Oh no! 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 Get up! You fucking... No! You fucking... I'm bad! Why do I even play games? I thought I was just saving time by switching to Mario early. Aha, what a baka. Nice. That's another word they use in anime, guys. It means idiot. There's also a second meaning. Male main character whose genitalia I want to have inside of me. So like sometimes they'll be like, baka. But it doesn't actually mean idiot. You can tell by the way they say it. I'm on a roll tonight. That was hilarious. Oh, shit! That's some... the fuck? What is that doing for you? Like, why would they be rainbow? Also, how is it possible to get hit by this? Would you just have to, like, be on drugs? You should watch more anime then. Yeah, dude. It's hardcore. You stepped on your own whirly dig. What are you doing, man? You broke it. Okay. I guess this is the last round. Come on. Yeah, it's the Sundari character. Sundari is a solid name. Uh-oh, I'm low on the HPs. Oh, right. I need this guy. I almost touched him and died. Where are we going? Can I skip up to here? Not quite. Watch me run out of time again, because I'm a fucking god gamer. No! Not happening. We can do this. I agree. I bet there's a heart under this rock. Let's go get it. Thanks, game. You're really predictable. I love you. Man. He's pissed. Hold on. There's another... Oh, there it is. Fuck, I'm blind. Yoink. Thank you. Easy game. Oh, well that's not ideal. I'm gonna need another one of those, if you don't mind. Fuck. And thank you. Nice. Nice shot. Oh god. Help. All right. That was really risky. Oh no! I'm fucking it all up! What? I got robbed! I got fucking robbed, man! What was that? I'm at a replacement heart. I'm fucked. Games are hard. No! One more. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. I only got 1 HP. 1 HP. You're going to die, Rex OWO. You want to fuck it? All right, bitch. Let's go. Let's see. I might have, but now I won't. Thank you. I gotta prove that I got a big sack, so... Can't die now. Look at this fucking massive scrote right here. Look at this. Easy. Easy, easy. Easy. Thank you. Okay. I did the thing. I bet this is like the 25% point of the game. Probably the, like the first set of areas, and there's like 3 more. Easy 3 moons. Thankfully, we only had to listen to that sound for about 3 seconds. Nice. Nice. Quote-unquote easy while missing stationary target. Haha, it's just like my Rocket League gameplay when I'm trying to score a goal and I miss the net when it's just a stationary target, like the thing that you said. We were one step away, and Bowser flew off to the moon. Wait, literally? Because I want to go to the moon. That would be cool. Well, we can chase after him in the Odyssey. Just throw me on that globe. Wait a minute. The Odyssey navigates using a globe, so I won't be able to leave the Earth. I can only go to places on the Earth. We're fucked. I can never go to the moon. I need 8 more moons? Oh, I have like 80. Forgot about that. Please just steal your jokes from the chat instead of doing it yourself. I should go to school and learn how to make comebacks. I kind of need it. Nah, dude. The best comeback is just like saying something completely stupid, but like owning it, and it just distracts them. It's equally good to an actual good comeback. It just confuses your enemy. Well, this is some bullshit. Bowser's not getting away. We'll chase him all the way to the Moon Kingdom. Come on, let's save those 2. Yeah, get a pizza. That's what it sounded like it said. The moon used to be part of the Earth, Rex. It's legit. Good one. Fucking Moon Kingdom. And we've been getting moons all game. Ha! That's clever. Nice. Not attempt. Awesome outcasts. That almost implies that I don't succeed, which is absurd. Something so stupid you baffle them. Classic strat. Exactly. It's like if you're getting bullied in school and they're like, ha ha, you're a nerd, you have glasses. And you're like, but I eat porridge every day. I could have said anything there, and that's what I had. That's what I... What? The fuck? What the hell? Why am I laughing at that? I don't understand. I want my sub money back. It might be best if I stop talking. Probably. If you look up the amount of moon references in this game that you didn't notice, you'll think you're blind. Oh, really? That's kind of cool if there's actually a ton. Well, don't you look dapper. Those 2 must be over there. No time to dilly-dally. Let's go. No, I'm actually 26, slightly old meme. Sorry to lead you astray like that. Rex is laughing at his own jokes again. Yeah, well, someone's got to. You know? Someone's got to laugh at them. Oh, man. The actual low gravity. Oh. Oh, that's so cool. It's so cool. Did I mention that it's really cool? Oh, there's a moon in the fucking sky. And we can just jump over there because of the low gravity and shit. Ah, the fucking rock went really far because there's low gravity. Dude. Nice. Yeah, I'm basically, like, my body is the body of like a 90-year-old. Almost looked important, but those designs appear to be everywhere. Fair enough. Wait. Okay, it's a crater. I was gonna say, like, is this just like the edge of the moon? Because I'm pretty sure it doesn't work like that. It's just a huge crevasse. Fair enough. There's probably crevasses on the moon. I'll allow it. Low gravity 2D platforming. Neat. The moon is flat. Did Rex just skip the secret design? Those blocks are moon blocks. I don't know what that means yet exactly, but this is they're clearly from the moon. Look at the fucking shapes. The designs. It looks just like the fucking thingies. Oh. Like all the weird cubes in all the levels, they're from the moon. They were from the moon all along. Dude. Nice. Can I like ground pound this? What is this? Easy. There better not be something for like ground pounding every one of those. You know what? I hope there is, because I'm gonna. Nice shot. One over here. This music's nice too. It's like atmospheric. Wait, or should I say non-atmospheric? Okay, that was pretty good, right? That was actually pretty clever. I got at least a couple points for that. We have to put Rex down. Rip me. That was good, man. That was hilarious. That was really clever. Because the moon doesn't have an atmosphere. There's no atmosphere on the moon. Alright. This moon obviously has atmosphere or Mario wouldn't be able to breathe. Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess that's true. Fair point. Joke ruined. 2 out of 100? I'll take it. That's better than you guys normally give me. Not bad. Hold on. My drink is blocking chat. There we go. I want to die now. Thanks. No problem, man. Glad I could help. Don't spend it all in one place. Is BRX doing a drunk stream or no? This is just happens sometimes. I just fucking get easily amused by shit or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm just in a good mood. I think I'm just in a good mood. What am I drinking? Is it tea? No, it is Diet Spritz Up. Because I can't afford real Sprite or 7-Up anymore. It's President's Choice, which is store brand diet lemon lime soda. That's all I can afford. The fuck is Diet Spritz Up? It's soda. It's a Sprite-like soda. I needed something to drink. Just, you know, when I'm not eating food. Because, like, I usually drink Coke Zero with my meals. But I hate it when I'm not, like, eating food with it. But I like a nice, like, Sprite or something. It's always refreshing, even if you're not eating it with a meal. So I just picked up some of those. And I don't really want to drink juice because it's loaded with sugar and shit. And I don't like plain water. And I don't really like flavored waters with, like, the stuff you can put in it. Milk is not really hydrating. Gatorade's expensive. Like, I don't know. It's just... So I bought a case of this stuff. Working out pretty well. Kind of got used to it. It's got like a weird... Like the... What do you call it? The carbonation is like weird. It's not like other sodas I'm used to. It's hard to... I can't really say what it is about it, but... It's almost like the bubbles are big or something. But I've gotten used to it. Gatorade powder or Propel powder is relatively cheap. Is it? Does it make, like, is it as good as the real stuff? I don't think I've ever tried the powder. Get fucked. Wow, I didn't get shit for that. Okay. It's not as good? Oh. Is it almost as good? Yeah, that's true, Terracuda. Probably slightly old meme. Wouldn't be surprised. Seltzer? Like... Wait, is that... What? No, come back! Well, I got it. Technically. Is that just, one of those variants of carbonated water? I can't say I'm even sure what seltzer is. That moon's gone forever. There's like tonic water and club soda, and I hate those. They're terrible. Is seltzer similar? I don't like when Rex reads my entire username. It's unsettling. Well, what should I call you? I'm not gonna call you meme. And I can't just call you slightly, because that's just an adjective. Actually, it's an adverb. Can't just call you old, either. Like, what am I supposed to call you? Seltzer tastes like shit. Okay, good to know. No seltzer, then. Woohoo! Woohoo! Okay, that's really fun. That's great. It's not club soda. It doesn't have salt. Yeah, but is it in the same vein as what I was asking? Carbonated water basically tastes like dry water. You get thirsty from it. Oh, I've never liked any variant of carbonated water shit like that. Couldn't you just slightly call me? What? What? I'm just gonna say your whole name every time. Fuck you. Travel tip, dive. Ever jump and realize you need just a little more distance? Try this. While in the air, press ZL and Y to do a dive and fly a little farther. Wow. Thanks, man. That's really useful. I will take that into consideration. Looking at our own planet just takes my breath away. Oh man, that is a nice view. You're not wrong. Neat. Neato. You can dive in this game? Apparently, it blew my mind too. Why is that even there? Like, what would you even dive to? Oh, is that that's supposed to teach you how to catch the rabbit? I fucking hope not. Good God. Wait, no, because the dive would... Yeah, that wouldn't really... It's the long jump you use for the rabbit. But what am I supposed to dive with? Like, where am I trying to get that I would ever want to... Unless... No. No way. Yeah, no. I didn't think so. Why did I even try that? Like, that's obviously not... Is Rex about to overthink something? I may have already done so. You might be a little bit late on that comment. I don't know how that didn't hurt me, but okay. Let's get the moon that's in this rock or whatever. Well, if I can figure it out. So, how would I break a rock? Oh, it does have cracks. Maybe a ground pound will do it. No! No! Okay, how would I break? Unless... What? What? Say, unless I just have to drop it from a really high place. Or let it get hit by the spikes. Oh, the frames? Shit. Why? Looks good now, actually. Okay. Can I just, like, set it down? Nope. Oh, okay. Thanks. Thanks for that. Here. Hit it. Can't. I don't know how I would really time it. Kind of hard to predict how it's going to behave. Okay. Well, that's the thing that I didn't expect. Rip. Oh. Fucking. I was trying to do a fucking long jump and it just ground pounded. It's too late. God damn it. How the hell? Normally they just break after you kick them once. My only guess is that I gotta like kick it off a ledge. Like maybe I only have to bring it up on top of that thing right there. And then like toss it down or kick it down. Ha! Ha! Let's try that. What the how? I don't... Do I have to throw my hat at it? For some reason? Maybe I become the rock? Nope. Alright, stop. Okay, go up here. Oh. What? But why would it... Why specifically up here? Whatever. I guess it just had to touch the ground a certain amount of time. Like, it just had to get tossed or kicked a certain quantity of times. That is, okay, yeah, that is what happened. Alright. Fair enough, then. My Joy-Cons are being a little unresponsive. Somehow. Like... A couple times here when I tried to throw my hat, it like just didn't work. And just now I tried to jump and it took me like 3 tries. I don't know if there's like some kind of lag issue going on. Or what. Only noticed it those 2 specific times though, so. I don't know. I really thought I would make that. Wow. You still see the puzzle structure from the witness almost daily. Fuck, really? I don't notice it anymore, thankfully. But that red carpet over there could easily be one of the paths. Now that you mention it. Your right Joy-Con always disconnects? Really? That's fucking dumb, man. And these craters could easily be like the starting circles. I don't know why I'm doing this. Oh. Okay. Let's do a hat jump. There we go. You are now manually noticing the puzzle structure from the witness. Thanks, man. I already was, thanks to the other guy, but thanks. Sounds like you should play the witness again. Man, I hope I forget enough of the witness that I can enjoy it again in like 10 years. TBH. Because one of my greatest regrets is that like I can't enjoy that game again. Like you can really only enjoy it once. Once you know how it works, you know how it works. Like honestly, I don't think you ever truly like enjoy it as much. Because, like, there's revelations that you have during that game that you can only really have once. Thank you for the 40 months, Wash Evan. You wish you could forget Terraria? Me too, man. That'd be fucking sick. Also, fuck your going fast flower. I'm doing this my own way. Thank you very much. Wash, that's a long ass time. Oh, you were supposed to use this in the first place. I see. Alright, let's kill this other octopus. But yeah, forgetting Terraria would also be incredible for sure. I'd also love to forget, like, the Harry Potter series. I don't know. They have a special place in my heart. Although maybe if I forgot them, they wouldn't have a special place in my heart anymore. So, I'm not sure about that strategy. Perspective is hard. Didn't we see some rocks like this back on the planet? You don't say. Dark Souls, yeah, that would also be amazing to forget. For sure. Pretty much like any show I like Game of Thrones and Breaking Bad. But like, thankfully those can be enjoyed at least a second time anyway, like even if you remember them. In fact, I've been meaning to rewatch Breaking Bad soon because I own the collection. Easy. First try. Would you like to forget Undertale and do it fresh? I enjoyed Undertale, but it's not on the same level for me as some other stuff. It was great, though. Ooh. You'd love to forget Breath of the Wild? Yeah, I mean, for me, Breath of the Wild also is not really on that level, personally. But yeah, like, any game that you loved, being able to just, like, enjoy it again like it's brand new would be so sick. Just become old and have your brain slowly degrade until you've forgotten all the things you enjoy. Then problem solved. Oh, easy. Easy strat. Spelunky as well, yeah, that'd be great. I just fucking played Undertale the shitty way. How am I supposed to know that, like, I'm picking a specific path on my first playthrough? I didn't spoil myself, so I didn't have any idea that there would be implications to choosing, to be good sometimes and shitty others. How am I supposed to know? What do you want from me? Looks like Bowsy went over here. Somehow he managed to not walk until this point. Not sure how he pulled that off. Pretty impressive. Alright, Rex, how dare you play the game the way you want to play? I know, right? I've got a lot of nerve. I bet you'd like to forget Folklore if you could. Yeah, but not so that I could enjoy it again. Just so that, like, it's purged from my memory forever. Well, let's get this guy dealt with before we go in there. 3 coins. Also, easy. You see that timing? I went ahead of him and started going down to where he was gonna be. That's why I'm a video game player. That's how you can tell. It didn't even take me a couple tries to figure that out. I just naturally did it because I'm really good at video games. Oh, it's this guy. All right. So, GoldenEye 64. Well, if I were still the age that I was when I, yeah, like back when I played it when I was a kid, sure. But now, if I was introduced to GoldenEye now without the nostalgia, it obviously would. I'd be like, wow, this is fucking terrible. Like, what is this? Is this an itch.io game? Fucking garbage. Should you really be answering questions right now? No. Yes, oh, bearer of correct answers. There are so many other things you could be doing with your time. Having that feeling again? Yeah, I know what you mean. Do what you must. I am done. What? Where's my fucking reward, you stupid... Is it in your head? Is that what you mean by do what you must? What? What do you fucking mean? Do what you must. I am done. I don't understand. I wanted that rock. Oh, it's actually... Please! Pick it up! Okay. Maybe it's a special rock, and if I hit him with it, a moon comes out of his face. You saying to go finish the game? No. Okay. Come on, man. Do I really deserve a moon for that? Fucking yes, I deserve a moon for everything. This game gives you a moon for, like, farting. Like, you get a moon for everything. Why would I not get a moon for that? He went to the moon to get rid of you. He's telling you clearly. He's done with you. He hates you. Fucking rude, man. Thank you, Notch, for the 47 months in a row. The last several, if I were a good streamer, I would remember the number. The last several of which have been the big fat $25 subs. Thank you, man. As always, super kind. Thank you for the big daddy, big sack, enormous scrot sub. I appreciate it, and you have a large scrotum. Alright, I guess I didn't really see anything useful from that, so I guess we'll just go in here. Wait, is that a fucking... Oh, okay. I thought there was one of those, like, little sticker things down there. Watch out, the hole back there is real deep. That's what she said, that's what she said. I beat you to it, chat. Beat you to it. That's what she said. Like, watch out, it's real deep. You might lose your penis. Careful. Oh boy. Serious business. Underground moon caverns. What? Why do you have a bow? Weird, the gravity feels normal in here. The first two have bows. Oh, they all do. All the bouncers have bows. Alright. I need medical attention from my scrot. It's okay, man. You'll get the help you need. Well. Where do we begin? It wants me to go out here. So, I guess the norm would be to drop down. But if you're like me and you're a god gamer, you start by going across these to get those purple coins. Although, actually, I doubt that's how you have to get them because that would be way too difficult for a casual gamer. Hashtag humblebrag. Nice ground pound. Good timing. I guess I'm just a casual gamer. Rip. How to tell that Rex is sleepy? I'm actually not sleepy. I'm just in a good mood. Just in a good mood, man. This guy is a casual. Honestly, why are you guys even watching? I wouldn't watch a fucking shitty casual streamer if I were you. Throw your... Okay. I'm convinced. I'm convinced that these things are lagging somehow. Like that time, it didn't throw the hat until I noticed that it didn't throw and tried pressing it again. Good mood equals 10-hour stream. I wish it were that easy. Honestly, if I had the energy for it, I would stream longer more often, but by the time I get through 5 or 6, maybe 7 hours, depending on the day, usually I'm pretty drained from a stream, personally. I don't know how some people just go fucking nuts with it. I don't think I can make this, so this must not be the way. Yeah, that's clearly entirely impossible. Watch me save this. Watch me save it. Oh. He wouldn't toss his hat, I guess, because I was burning. How far away am I from the console? I was sitting back just now, so probably like 3 feet tops. Not any unreasonable distance, and there's nothing in the way, so I don't know what the deal is. So obviously you're just supposed to use these guys to fly, right? To where you need to go. Can they just go straight up? No, they can only go laterally. Laterally. Okay. Might be low in battery? I don't think they are, because they were attached to the console, which was charging. You can check, right? I know there's a way to check the controller batteries specifically. I can't remember how. Whatever. Whatever. That's alright. The controller icon? I don't think that's the battery. I think that's the player number. I like Picross. Fucking love Picross, dude. Played some just before I streamed. I'm addicted. I've almost done every single puzzle in that game, actually. Well, every normal Picross. There's like Mega Picross or whatever as well. Get up there! Okay, whatever. That works. That works. Picross is fucking amazing. Yeah, dude, I love it. So fun. Controller button, 4th on the list. Oh, yes. Oh yeah, the batteries are in the lower left. Yeah, they're full. Picross stream never. Also, yeah, Mario Kart. I'll probably stream some Mario Kart at some point. Could do sub games and stuff. Yeah, I like the. I gotta be in the right mood for the Mega Picross. For a while, I was like really enjoying the, like just the fact that it was different. But it kind of just made me want to play regular Picross again. But yeah, I can enjoy the Mega ones as well. Mega Picross is really unintuitive at first. Once you really get how it works, it's nifty. Yeah, I mean, I get how it works. It's really cool in its own way. Guess I gotta get this idiot. Cage. God gamer. Sir. Thanks. There's a good Picross app on Android called Nonogram's Katana. Huh. I've never heard of that. I'm going to get it right now so I don't forget. I like Picross so much, I'm going to stop my stream and search for that. Nonogram's Katana. That's a really shitty fucking looking like icon for the app. Does not draw me to the game, but has good reviews. Neat. Thanks. Now I have even more Picross to play. Picross Luna? I think I've played that one. I have played a couple Picross games on Android already. Before. Friend? Thank you. Cool, thanks for the stream. Thanks. You're welcome. Alright. Well, where's the key? I'll figure it out later. Oh, this is not the way, is it? Like the main... This is the main path. Fuck. Let's get out of here. Oh, wait. I bet there's a guy up there. We can use this to get the purple points and shit. But there's a flying dude. Shit, I don't see one. I certainly can't make it from here, even if I do a big ass fucking jump. Oh, look at that. That's a secret. So there's gotta be one of this level. Rex, do you know Sudoku? Yeah, I was really into Sudoku for a while, and I was like super good at it. I don't remember how anymore, but I used to know all the different like ways of like the little tricks, like X wings and Y wings and shit. Forget what they were all called, but I was real good at it for a while. I hate how Pokemon Picross basically makes you fuck you. Makes you either spend $30 to play it all you want, or you can treat it like a mobile game and go back daily for small amounts of progression. I've never played one of the Pokemon ones. Rex literally blind. What? How? I don't see shit. What are you talking about? Fine. I'll get out. I'll get out of the Koopa. I feel like I'm getting forced along to where I don't want to go. Like, I guess there's a checkpoint flag I could start at if I want to go back to the beginning easily enough. Would it really be an issue? Normally blind people can't see. Good point. That's probably true. Why would that hurt me? I'm hitting him in the side. I should damage him. He's getting side-struck. Rip, Tom. Life is hard, man. Hello? Well, that's a thing. No, that's not what I want. Just... Oh. Can I get up from here? I can't. It's impossible. That's annoying. Like, really annoying. Wow. Where am I? What? Oh. Oh. There's like a checkpoint right there. Nice job, banana. Thanks, man. Hey, buddy. Okay, we're going over there. This is a pretty cool secret. Could be one in the back, too. We better be a fucking triple moon in here. Ugh. Alright. Oh, at least it gives me a way back. Thanks, game. What's the deal with, like, the invisible wire? Like, I guess it launched it. It's not a wire. It just launched me. But, like, how does that work? Now I won't be able to sleep. Rex blindness is going to keep me all night as I in the dark under my covers. Wow, I didn't realize it hurt you so much. Sorry. I just want this guy to hit the blocks. Just want to clear all this out. So there could be a moon hidden inside. Motherfucker! That's okay. Wireless electricity. Ask Tesla about it. I don't get it. Just coins, huh? Fine. In that case, should be able to get those coins down there before I run out. Whee! Oh, whee! Now, if I just die, it better put me back up top because I was last there. Please. Please, game. Listen, have I ever played any MMORPGs? RuneScape? Does that count? That'd be about it. I just want to see if there's anything else I'd want to bullet bill to down there. I kind of want to check behind here. Could be something. 100% speedrun red. When? Literally never. No matter what. Okay, there's the shit. Yeah, not likely something up there. This guy doesn't watch Rick and Morty. I guess not. Buying GF 50K. Fuck. Can you fuck off? What about... Oh, okay. What about the other pillars? Like the two down there. There might be purple coins on those. Like, I mean, I can't see anything. Oh, wait, there's a huge fucking... Is that a huge pit in the lava down there? You have 268 days of playtime on RuneScape? Jesus. Nice. I guess. Okay, we're going in that huge hole. Wait, I don't have to get back over this, do I? Oh, I'm supposed to... I'm supposed to be the Koopa, too. Whoops. My bad. Hold on, we'll just... Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna bullet bill down there and then become the winged dude. And we'll work from there. And I might as well drop onto this pit. Oh, let's drop onto this one. Because it's in a weird spot. I feel like there could be something hidden over here. There's not, and I'm stranded, so that's pretty cool. I'm gonna make this, though. I might have to drop in the lava, but we'll get back. And then we'll heal up with that. Sick. Nice! Well done. Okay, come. Just gonna lose that immediately. Here we go. Oh yeah, RuneScape Mobile. I forgot about that. You were playing RuneScape right before you started my stream. Nice. I loved RuneScape, man. When I was into it. I was pretty young at the time. I remember there was this guy that I would sell feathers to. He would buy all my feathers for like a lot of money. Wait, do you lose the key if you get hit? I hope not. Because it made a sound as though I was... Ooh, that was frustrating. It made a sound as though I lost something. I feel like I definitely lost it now. Oh shit, Rex, that was me. Oh, nice. I'm pretty sure his name was Ryan something. Like, it had Ryan in his name. But yeah, I had a guy. I had a feather guy. Bought all the feathers. Hands up in chat if you ever got fucked by a scam where someone told you to like drop your items and log out or anything like that. Or if you got scammed in RuneScape in general. I feel like RuneScape was just ripe with fucking... with scammers who got scammed all the fucking time. Like dupe scams. Like, hey, drop your item and do this and this and this in order to dupe it. Drop your item and press Alt F4. No, because I'm not a Dumbo. Fair enough. Oh, it's already... Okay. I'll gild your rune plate if you trade. Gild. Is that what they called it? You were the scam guy. What? What a fucking guy. Rex, drop your GP on the floor of my house and I'll double it. Nice. See, I could go back up and keep my 6 health, but much easier to do that. I don't mind losing the 6. Calling the police, you should. That's a serious crime. So, is this a thing, or what's the deal here? I'm guessing this is not how you get here. This is not how you get here. Ow! 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 Alright, well... Oh yeah, there's clearly a bridge to it. Or like a power line. Well... Oh, okay. Well... There. I can stop saying well now. Obviously you're supposed to follow this path, so I will oblige. Get fucked, regular bullet bills. Oh no! You fucking... It's too fat. I should stretch? Probably. I'm gonna do that. 1 sec. I'm gonna keep playing though. BRB. Alright, I'm back. I had a feeling there'd be a secret on the back of that thing. There clearly is. I don't think there's any way for me to get back there, though, which is infuriating. Oh. I didn't realize he was gonna... Okay. Okay. Guess we'll just go back from here. That's fine. I think I have to turn up my heat, man. It's getting real cold in here. We did have like a snowfall warning or something. It's super windy out. Okay, let's do a wide turn and then... there we go. Nice. I guess first I'll grab those by being a bullet bill. Come here, friend. And then we'll go up to that, whatever the hell that other thing was. Ah! God fucking damn it! God, I'm fucking so much up in this area. It's ridiculous. Maybe I am tired. Maybe I have no idea what the fuck's going on. And I'm just terrible at video games. Jesus Christ. Wow, Rex is still here? Yes, I'm still here. I remember in RuneScape, I will admit to using a bot to like mine rocks for me. I was a big filthy cheater. That shit was just tedious busy work. Well, there's what? Oh, okay. I see. Bot user. Yeah. Okay. We got the thing. Wait, what, Nick? Oh, I missed your first comments. Is it true I'm tired? No, that is a lie. I remember the spots. I died a few times here too. Yeah, I guess we're both just trash. Trash at video games. Trash at life. I don't know why I'm grouping you into this. You're welcome, I guess. Okay, Tom, no. Scamming people is definitely worse than using a bot to collect rocks or ore. Come on, back me up. Scamming people is definitely worse, right? Like Tom is definitely the worst offender. You gotta agree with me. Using a bot is worse? Fuck off! No way. That is horseshit. It's okay to be trash. At least you get decomposed and give nutrients. Yeah, true. Guess I'll wait and do it. Potting damages the economy. It hurts everyone. Oh my god. Scamming is clearly evil with ill intent. Yeah, dude. Like, it's much worse. God damn it. Much worse. Ruins the entire economy. Jesus Christ. Wait. There could have been something on the side there. Like on the back. I know this game. Okay. I clearly do not know this game. At all. I taught people a lesson, you ruin the economy. That's like fucking... You can say the same thing in real life. Steal someone's purse and be like, I'm just teaching you the lesson that you should watch your belongings more carefully. You're welcome. I'm just doing you a favor? Oh, are they, Nick? That's good. Also, this is pretty cool power. It's not your fault if people just give you stuff after you tell them something. That is absolutely not true. It's still your fault. You're both to blame. You can't just say there's no responsibility in someone doing something evil or shitty just because the other party involved made a mistake or should have known better. That doesn't like invalidate the fact that it's a shitty thing to do. What the hell? No, Gen Death. It's not like if a stranger walked up and asked for your purse and you just gave it to him. If you're trying to make an equivalency there, it would be like a regular, like real life scam. Someone who doesn't know better. Like, for example, a computer scam. Someone who doesn't know better getting taken advantage of by some scam. Like, let's say it tricks you by masquerading as a PayPal login. And so you give them your PayPal info because you're not really, you know, computer savvy and you don't know the difference. That would be the equivalent thing there. You can't, and you wouldn't be able to say that, like, there's no fault on the part of the scammer because the person should have known better. You're this is a pretty absurd argument, guys. You masturbated as a PayPal login once. I don't, what? What? Or an email that looks 100% legit being a phishing scam. Yeah, or an email, yeah. Same deal. I really gotta turn on my heat, man. It's so cold in here all of a sudden. Okay, before we go up here, I'm gonna turn on my heat. One sec. Just want to point out that I had somehow, some way, a bent, like straightened out staple in my sock. So that's pretty cool. Thank you, Amachi, for resubbing with Twitch Prime. 2 months. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. The audio in the left channel is pretty loud for some reason. You're memeing. In real life terms, what's worse, someone scamming or someone printing counterfeit bills? Yeah, well, that's where the analogy breaks down. Just because the analogy works so far doesn't mean that that's necessarily a parallel. It's not really the same. Because, for example, Jagex has control over a lot of circumstances in the economy of RuneScape. Like, botting won't necessarily directly hurt people in the same way. And it's also, I would honestly still argue that scamming is worse, personally, because you're, like, directly harming an individual that, like, you, like, have selected with malicious intent. But yeah, I don't really think that it compares the same. Scamming won't get you banned, but botting will. Scamming should absolutely get you banned. That's a really weird choice by them. I don't think that really, like, works as an argument for which is worse. No, I'm not trying to justify botting at all, Curly Ray. I'm saying that scamming somebody is worse than botting. That's a deliberate misrepresentation of the conversation. Do you remember me? You were ever so rude to me back in the Cascade Kingdom. In fact, you were quite rude to all my darling Brutals, which is why we're all here now. I feel like maybe part of the reason that you don't get banned for scamming is because it may be harder to prove. It'd be really easy to prove if someone's botting, though. Now, I do believe it's lunchtime for my newly powered up chain chompykins. Your 9-year-old daughter stole your wife's credit card, opened an eBay account, and bought $2,000 worth of smartwatches, purses, and a laptop. Oh, God, what? Fuck, dude, what happened? Did you, like... Did you get the money back? Were you able to, like, refund it? Okay, not sure why his hats didn't come off. I like how there's just chain chomp sounds in the music. Like the chain chomp barks. Yeah, stuff like that, LiDAR. I can see, like, that being a reason why they would necessarily not, or wouldn't necessarily want to be, you know, make decisive actions because of scams. Like, if it was a repeat offender, maybe? I assume you would get banned if you, like, repeatedly were found to be scamming. But maybe not for one offense. Damn it, Rex? What? I was kind of distracted. I didn't really pay attention to the fact that she changed her attack. I didn't think about dodging because I'm an idiot. I probably should still be the guy. You know what? I'm dumb. But I'm doing this. Because I'm too lazy to go back. Okay, guess we're going... Okay. Alright. A notification for some guy's stream just popped up and just, like, wouldn't go away for me. That was dumb. Oh yeah, you gotta go over across to the left and get that one. That's annoying. Seems quicker and easier. Oh yeah, that was totally easier. So much easier. Alright. Let's go. Hello DSP 2.0? Isn't that the guy who's like a huge asshole or something? That seems like kind of a rude thing to say. Why are you comparing me to him? Alright, not sure why I wouldn't just respawn you at the boss, but okay. Oh, I'm so jealous, Rex Hype. I fucking love pound cake. Alright, okay, we've been... Skip. Wow, she didn't even change her attack. That's just what he does. I'm so bad. Fuck! God, I'm bad. How am I this bad? DSP is the guy everybody seems to give a shit about, and I can't figure out why. I don't know, I just thought I remembered him being considered like a jerk for some reason or something. Okay. Got lucky. Rex, stop being Rex. Can you fucking... Oh my god. Just like that. You don't say, Hattie. Cappy. Hattie. His name is Hattie now, guys. Just FYI. In case you were wondering. Nice one, idiot. Fucking idiot. He's known for screaming and whining at everything in his videos. There we go. That's what it was. Yeah, I don't think I scream and whine at everything. Get fucked. How far am I into the game? I don't really know. It seems like I'm pretty much at the end though, in terms of story. Because it looks like this is the last kingdom in the list. We're just about to catch up to Bowser. Might not necessarily be the case though. But that's the impression that it's giving. Coins first, checkpoint later. Priorities. Alright. Man, why is it this cold? This is crazy. I just have to know. Just have to know. Hold on. Okay. The answer is no. It doesn't do shit. Notch just tipped $85. Damn, thank you, dude. Congratulations on getting like 215 moons. Nice. Thank you, man. How many do I actually have? Did you see that number? Actually, is that like a randomly chosen number, or is that actually... How do I find it? Here? Okay, I've stopped. I've lost interest. Whatever. Hold on, my eyes itchy. Thank you for the 42 months, Trethlin, as well. Moon. Okay. Thank you for the additional bits, however many that was. Hold on, my eyes look really itchy. Jesus Christ. I know they say you're not supposed to, like, rub your eyes. But honestly, how the hell else are you supposed to scratch an itch, like, in the corner of your eye? Oh, God. It's so satisfying. Like, that was an insane itch. And just, like, roughly rubbing that shit until it was gone was fucking... Like, it feels so good. And, like, what else are you supposed to do? With a knuckle? Will that be the same? You're still rubbing it. Just the same. Fuck not rubbing your eyes? Yeah, I agree. 100%. Use an eye scratch. If that existed, I would buy one. Durng. Durng. Wait a minute. We saw a fucking Mario 64 Castle Kingdom that we haven't even been to yet. So this can't be the last world. Hold on 1 second here. Maybe that has something to do with the moon cubes, though. Maybe it's like a secret world or something, like a secret area. What's up? Oh my, okay. So we can get on top of the castle with that. Don't answer my questions, by the way, or my suspicions or whatever. I think that goes without saying, but... Oh, that's it. You're done, Nick. Thanks, man. I'm guessing we gotta get our hat on that. Guessing we gotta get our hat on that. There we go. Cappy! I legit feel no joy/fun in Mario games. Does that mean I'm dead inside? Serious question. Yes. That is the only explanation for that. You're as dead as they come, man. Okay, this bell. I'm gonna have to stop. Oh, what's this? Like a secret entrance? Wait, is this how you're supposed to get in? Because I thought the door was just open. No! No, no, no! Gotta get the moon. There's definitely a moon in here. If it would just fucking... It's going over the fucking... What? This clearly had a moon. You could see it. What? You could see it from above. Nice, Strethlin. Darn. Darn. Okay, like for real. I know I saw a twinkly fucking moon in there. I'm positive. When I was at the top, I am certain that I saw a fucking moon. Dude, this is horse hockey. I'm not hallucinating. No, I didn't see like the moon itself. I saw the spark. It's in here. I just saw it again. I just saw sparklies. I know I did. I know I did. You can't prove otherwise, so there. Got him. Let's just do that. Okay. Am I okay? I think so. I hope so. I'm going to prove it. We're going to go to the peak, and we're going to look down, and we're going to see sparklies. Fucking watch. If they're not there, I'll turn off the stream. That's how confident I am. Watch. No. We got it. We got to look. We got to hold on. I got to prove it. You see how? See how there's absolutely fucking nothing there at all? Yeah, that's like I was saying. There's clearly no moon there, so I don't have to turn off the stream. It's all good. Time to see what this is. Don't turn off the stream. It's okay. We're good. No. We were almost free. Do what you said you'd do, you coward. Is that really what you want? Really? If that is your wish. Think there was a sparkly up there, Rex? Well, I mean, the game seems to disagree. It didn't show me one that time. Wait, I got... Okay, yeah, I got that. Definitely got that. Darn. Wait, it wasn't like... above somehow. No, how would I... How? That wouldn't even make sense. Okay, so you can totally get on top of that. There's got to be a moon on the very top. There has to be. There's got to be a reward for getting on top of that. Come on. Coins? Okay, I mean, at least there's something up there. Sure I can't climb this? Because I find it surprising they would expect the player to... Oh, you could probably take the frog all the way up here and get that easily. Well, I fucked it up, so I guess I'll just go get the... Yeah, I'll go get the frog. I'll stop being stubborn. I'm being a Dumbo. Did I beat the bell gargoyles? Not yet, no. Working on it. Whee! God damn it. Okay. Thanks. Oh, there's thingies there. They probably just give coins, though. You saw it? You saw a sparkly? Okay, watch. If we land right on the tip and jump straight up, max height, there's going to be a moon up here. See? It's like I said. No moon. Man, I could have swore I saw sparkly in there. Could have sworn. Guess not. Let's go. Dun. Okay. This time, instead of immediately walking off and wasting all my time, let's maybe, get the moon. Man. Wait, what the heck? Feels like my heat is barely on, even though it's like almost maxed. I guess I'm gonna go put it on all the way. Hold on a sec, because like my heater's hardly doing anything. BRB, 1 second. So, what would you guys say if I told you that instead of turning the heat up, I turned it all the way off? How would you believe that? Or Would you say I was pulling your leg? Because, as it turns out, I did that. That's what I did. Because I'm a fucking idiot. God damn it, dude. Rex blind? What? Why? Did I miss something? I understand. You believe it. Oh, good. It's good that you believe it, 'cause it's true. Wait. What the fuck? I was wondering the same thing. I was forced to attend this ceremony. It's like only a couple. Oh, can I have some stew? If you don't mind me walking in it. I wish to go home now. Gain a savor? That's sweet. Hey, fella. Oh, he's saying lame. Everyone got invited except Mario. Rip me. It's the dog, and he's wearing a fucking space helmet. Yay! Just in time, I guess. All right, hold on. Just gotta make sure there's no secrets over here. Oh, never mind. That seems like it might be slightly too large for her. It's Cappy Girl. What's he gonna do? Oh. Classic. Rip. Why does only the dog need a space helmet? Don't worry about it, because it's cute. That's all. Thank you for... What? Thank you for the 11 months, Artem V. Mario is an old single man whose only friend is only there because he's forced to be. He's dressed in full-body samurai armor despite being an Italian plumber and is spitefully trying to break up a marriage because the girl looked at him nicely once. Okay. Good copy, pasta. Good stuff. Wait. Surely that's not the same ring, because it was way bigger before. Gwahahaha! Crashing the wedding, Mario. That's tacky, even for you. Also, your outfit isn't halfway fancy enough for the occasion. Not that it matters, since you weren't invited. So now it's time for you to make like a bouquet and get thrown out. Good one, Bowsy. Get ready, Mario. Oh, I'm ready. It's magic, so it changes size. Okay. Gotcha. Here's your happily ever after. They really phoned in the voice acting. Shit, I was looking at shit. Yeah, it's not very good. Okay. Okay. So it's just like the last one, pretty much. Get fucked! Oh. Right. That. Okay. What's this? Oh, this is a new move. I can't believe it didn't get hit there. That really looks like it hit me twice. It looked like it hit me twice. If I were you, I wouldn't give me your hat again, but I mean, hey, your call, buddy. Like, I would just leave my hat on since it's literally the only way that I can damage you, but I mean, you don't have to take my advice. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. He fucking tricked me. He jebaited me. Oh. I didn't realize I had to jump over that. All right. Woohoo! Just fucking let me retry the fight. Why do I have to? I don't want to do all that. My leg's really itchy. Hold on. Okay. Bowser is full of tricks. Yeah, dude. He is. Classic Bowser. Get fucked. I almost got hit again. Nice. Man, I must look like a huge fucking idiot waving these things around. Like, if anyone happened to walk in, they'd probably be deeply concerned. Oh, fuck. Might need to do other missions and level up first.
Taking one best run out of Dad's Chad smile.
Thanks for the bits, Don Boy. I'm gonna guess 1, because that's the only time I'm gonna die. We're not dying again. Because I'm a dog gamer. Oh, he doubled it! You fucking... Maybe 2. At least 20 deaths. Jesus. Hurts! Give! Well, that was a net neutral. Holy fuck. Alright, it's fine. It's gonna not get hit again at all. Woo, baby! Alright. I wonder if you immediately go to the right spot, if you can, like, hit him right away when he finishes jumping. 2 rounds of the fakes? 3? Are there no good ones? No. No. I knew he'd go for 3, the bitch. No. Oh! Motherfucker. Nice try. Also, get fucked, chat. 1 death. Bowser is such a bitch. Easy. The nostalgic music. Yes. Fuck. It's those. Now what? In what way is it going to be important? If that hat didn't drop a heart, well, guess what, bitch? It did drop a heart. Peach!
What are you clowns doing in here?
Thanks. For the bits. Wait, what? How did that? How? How are they over there? And come on. Come on. Also, could be secret. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There could be. Could have been a secret. If I have to redo the fight, I'm not playing this game anymore. Okay. Okay. But, like, there could still be a secret. Like, there could be a moon that's revealed as one of these gets low enough. Okay, there's not. Secret is death. Bowser wins. That's it. Game over. Look at this hard video game, though. What are we going to do? Dulcidu?
What makes a good man? Well, man. Well, Rex go neutral? Lust for gold? Power? Or were you just born with a heart full of neutrality?
Ha 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 ha. It's the thing. It's the thing from Futurama that the guy says. Nice. Thank you for the bits. Well, this is interesting.
Hey, Mario?
Yep.
Oh.
Oh!
Yes.
Were you talking about like that voice acting when you said they phoned in the voice acting, or were you doing a joke about my pseudo voice acting? Because they actually phoned in the voice acting. Like, that's some fucking shitty... It feels really low effort. Why does that look like a thing? Oh, I can't get out. Thank you, Don't Know What to Do, for the 14 months, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the resub again. Apparently, you did know what to do. Hit the resub button. How many streamers have made that joke? Am I the first? World first. Maybe I can be Bowser for the rest of the game now, so I can break those blocks. Hold on, there could be secrets. Could be secrets anywhere. Although you probably can't come back here, so there's definitely not, now that I think of it. So never mind. I was just doing a meme. That's all. There better not be secrets here anywhere. I'll be pissed if I miss them. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, what did that accomplish? How many people have told me to play Celeste so far? 700 or 800 million, I would say. I'm definitely going to, right after this. In fact, if the devs get back to me and actually give me a fucking code, I might even play Celeste before finishing Mario and then just come back to Mario. Because, like, you know, especially if I'm going for, like, a lot of completion, there's still going to be a lot to do in this game. I don't know. We'll see. Rex, you sound different today. Did you get a haircut? Yeah. Wow, you nailed it, dude. Good guess. Why would you ever breathe fire? It's so slow. That resolution dip, though, for a second there. I see it. You can't hide from me. You see that? You see that resolution dip? When you break the rocks? You can't hide from me. What if Bowser and I team up and I can, like, summon Bowser? You bought it yourself. They didn't seem very responsive to code requests for some reason. It's weird. It's on Keymailer, and I submitted a request. I can't talk over this. I wish they had more songs like this one and that other one that's like super catchy in the game with the vocals, because I like this a lot. This is real good. Yeah, they didn't get back to me on Keymailer. Like, I've almost never gotten a response on Keymailer. I can't remember a single time I did, actually. I really like Move It for those, like, out of the ones that are available. Because, like, they just set restrictions, and if you qualify, you just get a key, like, automatically. It's really nice, so you don't have to fuck around. Because, like, for some reason, devs never seem to check that shit or something. Like, there's lots of games that I've asked for a code for where, like, I obviously would definitely meet the requirements, but... Wait, how's this work? What the fuck? Yeah, dude, Nick, all I get is offers for shit I never asked for, like all kinds of garbage that I don't want. But like something that I requested, I've never gotten a key for. Is this the end of the game? Maybe. We don't really know. Message Matt Thorson on Twitter or something. Is that one of the devs? I usually don't tweet unless, like, I've given them enough time to respond. Like, I only messaged them yesterday, or emailed them yesterday. Like, a lot of devs honestly get back within a few hours, but I can't necessarily expect that. I'll give them a few days, and then if they don't respond, I'll bug them on Twitter. Like, I'm already playing this anyway, so. Have I played Katamari Damacy? No. Oh, shit. Oh, come on. What's that? Why would she want that? This is pretty cute. They've got it figured out. Peach is actually considering Bowser's offer. I know, right? Wait, what? Motherfucker, what? Motherfucker, what? Excuse me? Alright, I'm killing Peach. Fucking rip Bowser. Rip. She leaves you to die on the moon. I know, right? What the fuck? What the hell, dude? Screw you, Peach. She goes to steal my ship. Damn, dude. Yeah, poor Bowser. I actually kind of feel bad for him. Sorry, toy line, just not my thing, I guess. Man, I wasn't expecting to be at the end. Huh. Well. Will I play the hard levels? Okay. First of all, good fucking thing I was aware that there was some kind of, like, late game challenge levels. Otherwise, you would have just spoiled it for me, you fuck. But, yeah, definitely. Unless I have to collect all the moons to access them or something, in which case, probably not. I'd rather die. But maybe. We'll see. Volva on the quote-unquote end. No, not unless I can't figure anything out on my own. Well, I play the easy levels. Huh. Crock-pot stream. You want to just watch my crock-pot slowly cook food for 8 hours? I missed the moon in the credits. Probably wouldn't put it past them. When is K3? Right now. This is K3. Oh man, destroyed, Alex. Annihilated. Thanks, Nella. Too slow notch, someone beat you to it. Sonata, please. Also, I just realized you're actually here watching Mario. Aren't you supposed to hate this? Don't you have anything better to do? Okay, thanks for the tip, Nick. Did I just fail to try to hide a yawn? I didn't really try to hide it. Dude, you saying yawn made me yawn again. Special band, the Super Mario players. Okay. It's the castle. It's the castle, guys.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
You're welcome. Isn't it supposed to be for playing my game? It's the thing. There's a frog on it. What? Are you telling me to Have to be a frog? What? But what? You can now travel to the Mushroom Kingdom. Additional power moons are in stock at the shop. Okay. Music list add to the map screen. Okay. Mushroom Kingdom. We can just come here. Nice. I didn't expect that. God, it's so pretty, dude. So calm. So peaceful. Like our trip to the Moon Kingdom was all a dream. Oh, fuck off. But good thing it wasn't, because we saved our two dear friends. That nightmare is over. Hooray for us. But I've liked our travel so much, I don't want our journey to end. Don't buy more than one moon in each world? What? I mean, there's still so much to do. So many hats you need to meet. And I bet if we collect even more power moons, we'll be able to travel somewhere new. So our trip is far from over. One more hooray, I say. But for starters, let's head up to Peach's castle. Shit, I didn't pay attention to any of that. I was reading chat at the same time. We found 250 power moons. Now we can reach the dark side of the moon. What? What? Maybe those are the hard levels. Maybe you only need 250. Neat. Please buy the costume in this world. Okay. What's the thing about... you leading me to a secret? The thing about buying more than one moon in each place, is that actually something I need to be worried about? I know, right, Jocelyn? There's a dumb mechanic where you can buy moons and it bloats your moon number without counting towards completion, and you can't get rid of them. Oh. Oh, what? What the fuck? That's weird. Thanks, bud. You got anything better, though? That's kind of lame. Dude. What are you doing? God damn it. But to be honest, I teared up when I got to this area. Is that weird? No, dude. When I was over there, like, I found the entrance, like the secret entrance that leads to that island, and I like had a view of it. I got goosebumps. I didn't tear up, but I got goosebumps. Hello, sheep. Sorry. Oh. Okay. Sure. Six-sided. Did you do that on purpose? Okay, two man. Good one. Goosebumps is a bad thing? No, it's not. How is that a bad thing? Goose pimples are pretty universally goosebumps, pretty universally a good thing. Neat. Well, let's go. Am I going to speedrun Celeste? I have no idea. I will know when I play it. You do have to buy one moon in each world, so if the moon has a check mark next to it in the shop, you know how to buy it. Okay, I've already bought one in each world, so far. People get goosebumps when they're creeped out at things. Yeah, no, I guess it's not universally positive, but you get goosebumps as well when you're like, how would you describe it? Like, just anytime you're feeling like a lot of emotion, I guess, all at once. You don't know about the warp pictures that are basically watch a loading screen and here's a moon, then here's another loading screen. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I like the way that they use it to kind of like preview this area, for instance. But going back to previous worlds, unless there's like nothing else to it, it's kind of like, why? Okay. Well, that was easy. Unless this one's just to get back up. Like if someone breathes on your neck, like a girl breathes on your neck, you know, if you're into girls, or something, could easily give you goosebumps. Another example for you. Hello, Water Yoshi. You can skip the loading screen, but not really. Like, there's still some loading. Even if you skip the animation. Ah ha ha, yeah, I love it when that happens. Ming low. You get goosebumps when girls breathe on other girls' necks. Hey man, whatever works for you. Oh, the thrill of a good race. Nothing better. Oh shit, minigame. Hold on though. Hold on. Hold on. Cody Galvin, if you breathe another fucking word, I will ban you from every channel on Twitch and also the internet and life. Maybe not life. But everything else. Rex, breathe on my neck. I promise my bumps will be goosed. Not for free. All right, we're the roving racers. Also, I was definitely going to go to the top of the castle. I mean, come on, I've played Mario 64. But seriously, like, why would you try to spoil a fucking secret? We're the roving racers. We rove the globe, racing in every kingdom that we can get to. Want to race, bro? You'll get a prize if you win. Wait, are you going to be in every kingdom now? Huh. Did I not get the... Oh, there's someone who's back that I didn't get. Rip. Rip. Wow, shots fired, Bloodshot. Jesus. That's the spirit. The rules are simple. Race us to the goal and get there first. There's a bright beacon at the finish line. Got it? Let's go. You played Mario 64? How old are you? At least 11. At least. Mean? How's that mean? You? Why would you... No, you deserve it, Cody. You deserve it. Fuck you. Easy. 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 What a joke. What a joke. Wait, where am I going? Okay. Follow the flowers, I guess. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going now. What? Third? I'm in third. Why am I in third? Where am I? Oh, here. Oh. Easy. Close. Here's a little something for giving it your all. Thanks, man. I'm gonna fucking crush you this time, though. I know the rules now. Alright. I'm gonna fuck him up. Look at that fucking idiot. So do I even need to get a second one? Yeah, I did. Did lose a little bit of time then. Easy peasy. I bet you gotta get like under 15 for the extra reward. Blazing fast, bro. Here's the prize, a power moon. But it's a star. Regular cup? What do you mean? Hey, we've got a new racer. You'll win something good too if you win the race, bro. Up for it? Oh shit. Another level. But will it be a different track? Nope. Okay, in hindsight, it was abundantly clear where the goal was. Let's not worry about that, though. Bitch. Motherfucker, that cost a bit of time. I wonder what would be an ideal second flower to go for, because I didn't see, like, one that would be great. Like, easy to get along the way, really. Well, I won. Meta. Here's the prize, a power moon. Thanks, bud. Master, that was the Master Cup. It was the same. No prize, so it'll be just for the thrill of it. No. What? Wait, what's the world record? 0.0000001 milliseconds? Yeah, sure. Let's look at how well people can hack. curious. And 12.26. I wonder if it's legit then. I want to see if I can get a little faster. Let's try to get top 10. Just kidding. Let's try to get top 100,000. There's a goal. Oh, there's no flowers over here. Rip. Wow, that lasted a long time, though. How would you take 2 seconds off that? That doesn't make any sense. 2 full seconds off of that? Do you turn around and go the other way? Some kind of cheese or something? I don't check friends ranking. Oh, yeah, I could try to beat all my friends. You know, none of them. Be fast. Wait, what's my ranking now? Did I get in the top 100K? Don't be slower. Be quick. Okay. Top. Wow. 28,013. Not bad. Not bad. Oh, get fucked. Wow, you're terrible, dog. You're terrible. It's all optimization and perfect lines. 2 seconds worth, though? That seems fucking crazy high to me. Oh, let's swim together. Okay. I want to become you. Get your hat off. I want to be you. Bruh. We could swim together. Beat his time right now. Do it, you won't. I bet it'll take him like an hour to beat that. Stop hurting? Well, I wanted to possess his body. I wanted to force his soul out of his body and take over. What's so fucking crazy about that? Why is there a seed here? Wait a minute. Are there perhaps regular seeds and golden seeds? And if you plant a golden seed, it goes to, like, you know, the clouds? Also, fuck, this is already here, so I can't... I don't suppose there's another spot nearby. What, would I have to, like, leave and come back to despawn that or something? That'd be really stupid if that was necessary. I like how you can do the triple jump with this and everything. Pretty neat. What's up? My 6 sheep have run off. Please bring them back to me. 6, huh? Alright. Don't forget the golden onion you found. Turnip. Chat's conditioned me. I can't accept that now. Can't accept you saying onion. Woo! Oh! Oh! Woo! Problems. No, I've not heard about Celeste. Please tell me about this video game, of which I've never heard. Well. Time to find some sheep. There's another seed right there. I think it looks the same. I know there was one around there. Here's one. Can I just bump them with this? Wow, it seems like it could be infuriating trying to get them to go as far as we've got to get them to... Wow. Like, this is a long way to have to bring this idiot. 6 of these idiots. Some of them might even be farther. Yeah, Nick. It's definitely the correct move to tell me to play Celeste. I don't blame people. I can't wait to play it. Have you played it already, Nick? If so, is it amazing? No secrets down there, huh? Shit like the sheep is why you're not gonna 100% this game. Yeah, if I gotta get 6 sheep, you know, that are possibly even farther away from that, Kinda dumb. God. Get the fuck. There's lots of stuff to be found around here, though. That's great. What happens if you knock a sheep off the edge? Alright. He respawns, right? Okay. I was worried for a second there. Spooked me. Almost thought he wasn't coming back. You gotta go faster, my dude. This is unacceptable. Got places to go. You owe Toad $500. Is that how much it costs for a sheep? How much is a sheep? IRL. I'm gonna guess it would be like $1,200 for one sheep. That's my guess. Someone tell me how close I am. And before it's like $30. $300. Someone needs to look up the actual number, though. I'm really curious. Dead or alive? Alive. Duh. Watch out on those woods. It's very dangerous. Okay. Well, it's filled with apples. Of course it's dangerous. You get it? Like fan games? Rip, my dude. $187 to $235. Huh. Not bad. That's a pretty cheap sheep. Get it? It rhymes. You bought a goat once for $45? Dude, that seems like a sick deal. A goat's definitely worth way more than that. For sure. Hello, purple coins that I didn't see before. Ban Rex? No, please. I have a family. It's just me, but please. They're like 50 each. A goat? The fuck? Wait, $87 to $89 per sheep? What? That's too low, man. That's a fucking life right there. That's a whole fucking life. There's some dude selling them for $250 each near you. I should buy one, except not actually at all, ever. But I totally should. But not. See a spaceship thingy. Where are these last two? Have I gotten 3 or 4? Definitely 4. So there's gonna be one more. I bet he's gonna be in like a really obnoxious place or something. Ding, 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 ding. Somebody send a sheep to Rex. Please don't send me a sheep. If you send me a sheep, please also send someone to take care of it, and money to, like, you know, properly take care of it, like feed it and enclose it in a fence or whatever. Send me everything I need so that I have to do absolutely nothing, and I will gladly accept a sheep. Those are the conditions. Can you send me a sheep's worth of mutton to eat? Mutton. Please send a fence to Rex. Yeah, send me a fence in the shape that it would need to be in to put it in my yard. Thank you, Link's Mistress 16 for the sub. Oh, man. It's getting hot in here. Thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate it. What if someone sends you a full dead sheep for you to cook? I mean, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I wonder, like, honestly, what it would look like if I were to actually attempt to, like, gut a sheep carcass and, like, remove all the meat and everything. Like, take the skin off and, like, take out all the innards and, like, get the actual cuts of meat. Like, what would the end result be if I attempted to do that? Stream it. Live stream sheep butchering, please. It'd probably just end up with, like, I don't even know, man. Like, just a bucket of fucking goop or something. Are you allowed to stream butchering? I highly doubt it. Rex probably try to peel it and crack it open like an egg. It'd probably kill the sheep. yeah, probably. Fuck. Where's this last idiot sheep, too? Wait, wasn't there one right near the spawn? The first one I saw? I forgot to go back for it. You tears all over your keyboard. Oh, no. What have I done? There he is, the big dummy. Look at how dumb this idiot is. You can tell because he's a sheep. Sheeps are dumb. Can you send me a bag of dicks? Sure. The candy? Yeah. I like candy. Penis flavored, or penis shaped candy is no exception. not penis flavored. Probably. I don't know. I don't know what a penis tastes like. But I assume it's probably not flavor you want for your candy. Oh, there is one more. Fuck. Oh. Hey. Sup? You will soon, Rip. Send Rex penis flavored candy. If you can locate penis flavored candy and send one to me, I will try one. That's a promise. But it has to actually be like a real product that's sold. You can't just get candy and like rub it on your dick and send it to me. Like that doesn't count. What if the joke is straight guys never know but penis is actually fucking delicious? Oh man. That'd be a pretty sick conspiracy. He said it? Yeah, dude. What? It's just a flavor. It's not like I'm gonna be sucking actual dick. There goes my plan. Nice try. Just gonna get those coins, and then I'm gonna go down there and go in the pipe. Would you prefer eating dick-flavored candy or candy-flavored dick? Wait, I have to eat the dick? I don't think I want to eat someone's dick. That would probably hurt. And, you know, maim them for life. Even if it did taste like candy. Also, even if it tasted like candy, it would fucking bleed and, like, it would be a fucking mess. And really unpleasant. Like, it tasting like candy is not enough to make that a desirable situation at all. What if you get addicted to the flavor and the dick candy manufacturer closes? Well, then I guess I'm going to have to start sucking dick. Obviously. That's what you're getting at, right? Hey, man. Whatever happens, happens. Okay. Also, fucking nice. This is so cool. Oh. No. Okay. Feels fucking good, man. So it's like reimagined versions of the boss fights. Interesting. Do I have enough water, though? Get back here, you cheater! More water! Oh, I thought there was water in there. Do I just have infinite water? Oh. I can't get high enough. Oh, I'm already high enough. I guess I just have infinite water. Also ripped that hard. Couldn't get it. I'm gonna fucking die. Oh, it's raining. That's why. That's kind of cool. I like it. Rex blind. I mean, it's not that I didn't see the rain. I just didn't understand the implications, that's all. Get destroyed! If apples could scream, would I still eat them? Depends on... Okay, it'd probably be annoying, so maybe not, but I get your question. Depends on whether the scream was actually the result of, like, a sentient being feeling pain. You know, like, would I eat it alive? No, but if it was already dead, sure, it's no different than eating anything else, unless it was, like, super intelligent. As long as it's, like, killed in a humane manner. But if it just creates a screaming noise when it dies, but it's still just a regular fucking apple otherwise, then, yeah, I mean, who gives a shit? I guess the answer is yes in both cases. Hey, what's up, Swooch? Nice! What if it's a scream of arousal, like the apples enjoy getting eaten? Fuck. I'd still do it. That's my fetish. We don't know. All we know is they make a screaming noise without knowing if it's intelligent. It'd be pretty easy to test that. Like, we would... But for the sake of your hypothetical, if, like, for some reason we couldn't possibly figure it out, I guess you'd have to assume that they were intelligent or something. But, like, it's kind of hard for that hypothetical to be possible because, like, if you think about it, we'd be able to easily test whether they do actually feel... Like, we'd be able to see if it happens again. Like, if you stab it once and it screams, like, does it stop screaming because, you know, it died? We could examine the internals, but, like, in order for us to not be able to tell in this hypothetical, I don't know, like, I don't think it'd be possible. I don't understand what I'm doing. I can't get high enough to hit him now. Do I have to deflect the thing back? Give me a heart that I can't get. Regular apples don't die when you stab them. Pretty sure regular apples are not alive. I had a point there and I kind of lost my train of thought because I'm distracted. Like, I want to honor your hypothetical, but I had a point as to, like, why, like, it wouldn't add up. That? Really? That hit me? Okay. Hey, Rex, check Discord. Okay. What do we got? Thank you for placing your order with the dicks by mail. Anonymously sent a bag of dicks. Shipping address, my P.O. box. Amazing. All right, well, I mean, it's just penis-shaped candies. Why would I have an issue with eating that? I'll eat them. Now I can make the point? Well, I still don't remember it. So, not really. Lex loved the dicks? Really? Someone sent them to her and they were good? That doesn't surprise me. I'm looking forward to it. I like candy. Apparently they were really good dicks. Oh, nice. There's nothing quite like a good dick. You know? Better eat them on stream. I'm not going to do face cam. I don't want to clean my apartment well enough to be not embarrassed when I put on face cam. I'll do hand cam, though. Just to show them. You sent them to Lex? That also does not surprise me. Do they have a cream filling? Probably too expensive for a gag joke. Let's aim the face cam up. Nope, too risky. Even the hand cam is risky. You should put a green screen that you can put up so you don't have to clean for face cam. What if it like falls down and then you guys see my apartment? My life will be over. Place the cam under your chin, pointed straight up. All these ideas. I also don't have room for a green screen. I'd have to get rid of my couch or something. Okay, first of all, since when do I get 1,000 viewers, Curly Ray? But I mean, why would I be embarrassed about that? There's nothing embarrassing about it. Do I have to just shoot water in his face, maybe? I don't know. Sounds are satisfying. Get shat on? Never mind. Don't get shat on, I guess. I don't understand what you're supposed to do by this point. Do you bait him by going low? Oh, that'd be so clever. Will he come down? He doesn't give a fuck. Okay. Rex, our opinion if you couldn't get any worse. Don't worry. Fuck. Oh god, this part of the song is great. That's so good. I think I'm actually getting him there. I think that's actually what you have to do. Just hit him with the jet here. I guess at the right time though. Song is actually great. Yeah, it is. It's the one octo thing puzzle. Even if it's not a puzzle, I will always find a way to make it one. What? It didn't do shit. Last time it like was doing a thing. Maybe you're supposed to squirt water in his anus from below. I can't shoot up, man. Or else I would definitely be doing that. What? Okay, what? I don't get it. Unless I'm supposed to... This is risky, but... I wonder. What? You just gave up? Any ideas for the new shirt? Nope. I'm a shitty customer. I just told Dave, like, hey, make me a good shirt. Thanks. Love you. Wait, I have an idea. I should be able to just get close. And then... Oh, that... It wouldn't stop. That's the guy, Jenneth, yeah. Like the idea, but the execution was lacking. It wasn't my fault. The game didn't respond. It just kept doing what it was doing. Impossible game. Back here, dummy. But I do have another idea, though. It's gonna be risky. But it's an idea. You'll see it when you see it. I don't want to spoil it. Because if I pull it off, it'll be cool. Oh, shit. Oh, man. I hit him a lot right there. Ow. You can't quite get enough, though. Yeah, get down, bitch. That's so satisfying, man. I love those noises. Anyway, you can bring back your old shirt design, the red design on black shirt. That one looked great. Unfortunately, that's the only one that I cannot sell anymore because that was done by the ownage artists, and I'm not working with them anymore, so I don't own the design. But yeah, I mean the other old ones I can do, but not that one, I'm afraid. The new one that Dave does is gonna be like pretty sick. I'm guessing. Dave is really good at that kind of shit. That wasn't my idea. I was going to become Mario and try to get on his head and ground pound him, but I wasn't sure if I was going to quite get enough height. But it was going to be sick because I was going to like shoot my hat out and then jump onto it and just barely make it and then ground pound him. It was going to be fucking great. I mean, I could ask them if I could use the design, but I feel like that'd be a dick move. I think that was intended. That seemed like it was probably the solution. Rex OWO shirt. Someone asked me for one earlier. I don't know if they were kidding, but like, seriously. Honestly, if there's like an easy thing that I could sell on a shirt that you guys want, just fucking tell me and I'll put it up because like there's no reason not to. I can put like 100 products on my store. Like one of the emotes or something. If for some reason someone just wants a shirt with that on it, I don't give a fuck. I'll do it. Or I'll just tell Dave to like make like a simple edit to it if you want it to like put something doing. Rex W shirt or Riot. I don't know if they could get enough colors for it to really like it's a picture of a real face. You know, there's two different shades. The vector line art of your face would be good. We're definitely planning to put that on a mug and maybe like a phone case. I could sell it as a shirt too. I don't know why people want to buy that, but apparently they do. But like, yeah, the line art one of Rex W, absolutely. I'll sell that as whatever. Are the old shirts still available? I didn't see a link on your website. The old shirts from Ownage? No, not right now. Soon though. As soon as Dave is done with our new design, I'm gonna launch a Design by Humans shop. Well, I already have it, but it's not like public. And then like all my old designs except for the one that I did with Ownage, the red one, will be available for sure. Shipment worldwide? Yeah, $4. Design by Humans is real good for that. Last I heard, it was $4. Should be able to check though if you just go put something in your cart and see. And if you're a big fat stacks motherfucker and you spend at least $75, you get free shipping too. So just buy like 6 shirts, 2 mugs, 8 hoodies, some stickers. There's gonna be logo stickers. Not that anyone's gonna buy that, but like, why not? I can add it. We could also do emote stickers. Oh, that could be cool. You can just put like a Rex OWO on your fucking computer case or something. I think they're like $3 each. Maybe you could add one to your order to get it over 75. You'd buy emote stickers. That's actually a good idea. I should do that. Did I hear fat stacks? Uh-oh. Not just gonna buy out the store. Please do. What sizes do the shirts come in? What's the largest? I think it goes up to 5X. I'm pretty sure. You can check other people's shops though. It's designed by humans. Just go check like Man vs. Game or Lyrics or something. I'm pretty sure there's 5XL. But it costs like an extra $3 or something. Which is kind of like the standard. What about hats? I don't think regular chumps like me can sell hats on Design by Humans. Like Lyric sells hats, I think, and Summit 1G sells them. But I think it's one of those products that's like too cost prohibitive for them to offer to every person. Like it's not a standard product. I can ask about it, but I don't think I can sell them. I'll check though. I'll check. Close to 100% by now. Oh yeah, I got like 999 moons. My 1000th one is up here. Gotta go fast, man! Alright, we're almost there. Kind of, maybe. What's my prize? You can see the whole of the Mushroom Kingdom. Wait, there's just fucking nothing. Oh shit, there it is. It's Yoshi. Am I longer than Notch yet? I don't think so. Thank you for the 48 months, Luke the 11th. Wait, how long is Notches? It's like high 40s, right? I see a thing down there for a seed. I guess that's just to get to that island. Hey, Rex, get on top of the castle. Thanks, man. There's also apples there. I still don't know what they're about. Kind of apples, like, everywhere. Just randomly dispersed. Okay, yeah, sub-length, not penis. Hey, buddy. Oh, you can just be the Yoshi. Extend tongue, hold B to flutter jump. Dude. Actually Yoshi. And he eats the apples, I bet. But why? What do you get for it? Yoshi! The sounds are adorable, dude. Oh my god. He's got a meter for getting all the apples. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Please. Yoshi. Oh, he fucking... What? Dude, that's so cool. Oh, you can't really climb a wall with it, though. That's really cool, though. Oh. Hold on. Okay. There we go. That's 3. Before Rex spends the next 8 hours eating apples, please. I don't think you have to get... I don't think you have to get all of them from the looks of it, so... We should be good. I hear a moon around here. Oh. I killed him. You did that too? Like, why would he not be able to go in water? What the hell? I'm guarding this power moon from Goombas. I'm not scared. Nope, not me. So if I become a Goomba, he'll run the fuck away, I imagine. Worry about that later. Got more important shit to take care of. Oh, he's wearing a Mario hat. You know what I miss? Your blocky polygonal look. Glad to let you in anytime you're dressed like that. Right now, you don't have the look. Show me the good old days and then I'll unlock the door. Oh man, that must be the outfit for this area. That's cool. What if they scream? God damn it. Memers. Memers everywhere. But yeah, things I know will be available for sure are shirts, mugs, phone cases, stickers, and art prints. If you really want to. They're kind of expensive though. Yeah, like some people like Lyric, they oh, there's a star right fucking there. Like they even did a plushie for Lyric because like, you know, it's a little different considering the size, like the amount of sales that he's gonna drive. But for regular schmucks like me, it's too cost prohibitive. And I think hats are in the same boat, but I'm not positive. But plushies of the emotes would actually be amazing. If I don't know if there's anywhere that can do those that is available to streamers. I really don't think there is. They would probably cost like $100. Don't bully Yoshi. I didn't try to. Jeez. It was an accident. Rex P plushie now. I wish, man. If I could sell that, I would. That'd be sick. That'd be fucking amazing. Okay, so obviously this is a more reasonable way to do it. Hold on. Contact Elegy's girlfriend? Why? Does she make plushies? I feel like one person wouldn't be able to make enough plushies to fulfill like a streamer order. Like even if 5 people bought them, that sounds like a lot of work. Like it can't be easy to make a plushie. Also, that'd be a lot of per time that would have to be paid for. Like, I'm sure that wouldn't be cheap. Why don't I just go up here and jump across is a question that we should be asking. You could 3D scan your penis and sell 3D prints of it via Etsy, or just do your own molds and pour silicone in. If people would buy it, I'd probably sell it. You'd like a square couch pillow of Frank? Yeah, dude, that'd be sick. I would buy it. Probably not actually, because I'm poor, but if I weren't. Totally. Get on the pole, thanks. When is Monhun? When it comes out on PC. Playing it with Cherno. It's decided officially now. Talked about it earlier. You'd buy it if it was candy flavored. Fair enough. Okay. Watch these sick moves. Baru got plushies from somewhere. Maybe ask him. You see, again, Baru is such a large streamer that, like, he can maybe get, like, a custom deal going with somebody, but that wouldn't really work for me. But, like, Rex OWO, Rex P, plushies, even some of the other ones, like, that you wouldn't think of as cute, like, fucking, like, Rex K or something. Could be good, or like the angry one, Rex Gur, could be adorable as a plushie. Loads of them would be fucking great, man. Notch donating $50 just to say, nice sick moves. You know what? Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. I believe that I have figured out some kind of logic to why my tip alerts don't work sometimes. It seems like if someone tips more than once in the same stream, there's no alert for the second one. Because I've noticed the last time Notch tipped twice in one stream too, the second one didn't alert. The exact same way. So I am pretty confident that that's a thing, and I need to mention that to Pixel.
Sick moves. Sick moves.
Thanks, Strethlin.
Moves.
And thank you
Sick
again,
moves.
Notch, for the
Sick moves.
$50
Sick
and the
moves.
85
Sick
earlier.
moves.
It's very,
Sick moves.
very nice,
Sick
man.
moves. Sick moves. Sick moves. Sick moves.
Everyone tipped twice
Sick
to
moves.
test it.
Sick
Good
moves.
idea.
Sick moves.
Sick moves.
Sick moves. Sick moves.
Sick moves. Oh, so I
Sick
have
moves.
those apples permanently?
Sick moves.
Okay.
Sick moves. Sick moves.
Sick moves? Sick moves. Rick's baiting a second donation. He already tipped twice. That's why there was no alert that time. He tipped earlier. It doesn't need to be the same person. The second tip always fails? Really? Did you notice that? Huh. I definitely need to mention that then. Oh. Easy star. Easy peasy. Gobbling fruit with Yashi. That's how it's pronounced, guys. When you free him, he goes, Yashi! Not Yoshi. Yashi. Congrats, you've been educated. Welcome. Blang. Where was the toad guarding the star? I'm fucking oh. Alright, fuck off, Yoshi. Nobody cares now. The captain went to the shop. Seems like all the things Bowser stole are back in their rightful kingdoms. Cool. Rex, go eat a sheep. No. Hey, you can play picture match way up in the Cloud Kingdom. Fun! Alright. I'm down for some more picture match. I can do this. Fun! If you can master picture match, I'll give you a power moon. Sure, buddy. Hold on, let me memorize. Normal rounded eyebrows, about the same width of the eyebrows above. The eyes go black, blue, white. White pupils, wide nose, wider than it is tall. Round curves on the mustache, on the bottom only. Round tongue, rectangular white teeth, yellow buttons. White gloves, right hands in the air. Brown hair on the left and right. Left ear is visible. Background of the M is white. Easy. Let me explain how picture match works. See this character's face right here? Take a good look, because you're going to have to put it back together. Capture the facial features with your hat, then rotate, move, and place them. Yes, I know. I know. I know. Thanks. I know. Alright, so we only got to do the face. Easy. Easy. Let's start with the eyebrows, actually. Because I noted approximately how... Shit, I didn't notice whether the longer... fuck, I didn't take note of the angle of the eyebrows enough. But I did note how, like, far they were from this edge of the cap, kind of. That's about it. Rip. Yeah, I'm gonna need to memorize a lot more angles next time. Let's try there. No, 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 no! Time to meet Murray. Fuck. I'm dead. Nose. I just got back as Mario. Okay. Yeah, he's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. I got this. Right. Right there, I guess. Fuck, I don't know. Dude, I'm gonna get like 50 points tops for this. He looks so weird without all his features. Well. No, mustache! Almost forgot the mustache. Okay. 33 points. Man, if not for that eyebrow, I bet I would have did well enough. Dude, that's fucking good. Dude, get destroyed. That was like really good. I'm proud of myself.
Oh, wow.
Well done. You passed. Here's your power moon. I bet I would have got like 95 if not for that eyebrow. TBH. The mouth needed to be positioned a little better, but the eyes were like slightly off. Very slightly. Nose was rotated slightly too much. Nice. So where's the extra moon? There's always a secret moon. Wait, was there one last time? I don't remember. Maybe there's another moon from this. I made it a little harder. Get a high score and you'll win power moon. Want to give it a shot? Okay. Okay, so I'm just memorizing the approximate distance from the bottom where the mouth is. And then the nose. In terms of like height, it's centered about the bottom of the hair. The eyebrows I had correct, so I'll just do the same thing. Noticing the approximate spacing of the eyes. And the mustache was pretty perfect. Okay. All right. I think I'm good. Let's go. 80 point. Oh, I fucking nailed that last time, and I didn't even get all my features. I accidentally dropped one of the. Oh. Okay. Well then. Oh no. Oh no, this is gonna be hilarious. This is gonna be fucking hilarious. Okay. Man, this is... Rex, can we get Monka Rex as an FFZ emote? Sure. Why not? No, stop Rex, please, I beg of you. What? 43 points. Please. I got this, don't even worry. Point guesses are coming in. 79. It better not be 79. Fuck. I'll be real sad. Easy. 85. Not bad. Not bad. 71, dude. Oh my god. Huh. Okay, so the outline of the outline of the hair is still visible on the right side, I think. 71. Why is everyone saying Notch? Did Notch guess correctly or something? Oh, he said 71. Wow, dude, nice. Put it in mod chat, Tom. Not doing it now. What can I use as a reference? Fuck. Okay, I can use... So the mouth should basically be... Okay, let's look at the actual picture instead of my shitty one. Hold on. There's only 9 points. I'll get it on my next try, probably. Okay, so... We're gonna have the outline, so I can see, like, where... the chin is. Or maybe not. I can definitely see where the like the face intersects with the shoulder. So it's like slightly below that. It's angled from like the angle of the features is approximately the center of the red block to the very like highest point of the outline of the hat. So I can kind of line it up that way. How it would like be along that line. The mustache, I can go by the... I can use the angle combined with the outline of the hair for positioning. And then the nose as well, the outline of the hair. It's about... the bottom of the outline is about the center of the nose. And then the eyes. Similar deal. The eyebrows are going to be tough. May just have to like eyeball it for the eyebrows. But yeah, mouth. Hold on, I'm just memorizing visually the spacing. All right, let's go. Mouth first. Okay, yeah. So we don't get the hair. We only get the ear. Shit, I confused myself. I thought we got the fucking. Thought we got the fucking hair, man. Ah, rip. Well, I'll know for next time, I guess. Okay. Shit, I don't remember exactly where the chin is. I feel like that's pretty good. Just gonna have to use the ear instead and try to remember approximately where the hair was compared to that. Probably like there. Just tape things to your monitor. Please. Maybe like that. Try there. 70.5. What? I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. I put shit way too high again, I think. It's too late, though. I've already fucked it. Just the mustache left. It's probably gonna be worse this time, honestly. It's gonna be terrible. Here we go. That was better for sure, right? How? Everything was a bit too high because I thought the hair was... I thought the hair was approximately where the ear was, the tip of the ear. So everything was too high. Fuck. It's only because I was going to rely on the hair, but I didn't actually have it as a reference. So the tip of the ear is what I have to use for that. Thanks, Terracuda, for the bit.
Mario. Mario. Mario.
Mario.
Mario. Mario. Mario. Mario.
Okay.
Mario. Mario.
Not just
Mario.
commanding Rex's skills in it. Did he say 70.5?
Mario. 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 Mario.
Okay,
Mario.
I got this time. Don't
Mario.
worry.
Mario. Mario. Mario.
We're gonna use the
Mario.
ear as a reference,
Mario.
like I should.
Mario. Mario. Mario.
So
Mario.
top
Mario.
of the nose
Mario.
approximately
Mario.
lines up with
Mario.
top of the
Mario.
ear.
Mario. Mario. Mario.
About
Mario. Mario.
30% of the eye, like 30% of the way up is where it should be for the top of the ear. Eyebrow should be... Fuck, what am I going to use for that? I guess I'll just try to picture the space from the top of the outline right now. They're each about They're each about like the height of an eye away from the tip, like the edge of the hat, like the very outer edge, almost. The mustache is it's a bit lower. Okay. It's about 2/3 of a mustache twirl lower than the tip of the ear, and the mouth. So the bottom line of the mouth should be slightly lower than the indentation in the corner of the face with the shoulder. And the eyes should be like about 60%, 70% of an eye width apart. Thank you, Terracuda, for the 145 bits. New bit badge. Didn't you already have the red one? Okay, I got this. Just remember, nose lined up at the top of the ear, 30% of the eye, half a mustache twirl below for the mustache. Oh, really, Nick? Nice. And then eyebrows. Okay. Easy. Let's go. So slightly lower, probably about there. Angle should be probably like that. Oops, I didn't mean to move that. Okay. That's that. Let's do the nose now. Half a mustache twirl. Love that, Mario, man. If it works, it works, man. What can I say? Alright. Should be about good, I would say. Maybe like that. Let's do the mustache next, this time. Okay, so remember, half a mustache twirl, approximately. Keeps rotating way more than I want. Right about there, I would say, in terms of angle, and then half a mustache twirl. It looks like it's too low, but I think that's an illusion because we can't see how far the chin goes down. Trust my math. That's what I need to do. Trust my Mario math. Okay, right here. Perfect. Now. For the eyes. Angle should be probably like that, 30% up the eye or so. Maybe like there. And why is he putting the mustache on upside down? Don't fuck with me. I know it was right. Can't fool me. I guess. There. Are you sure about that? Not really. Not really. Let's say there. Wrong eyebrow, please. That better not be a thing. This much distance. The eyebrows are gonna be terrible. Possibly the eyes. You put the right eye upside down the left spot and vice versa. That better not be a thing. I'm gonna be pissed if it is. That's almost is that really a thing? They're mirrored, right? Like there's... Dude, this is so good. How is it 67? Did I actually... The eyes are slightly too far apart. The eyebrows are... Yeah, but just the... Everything else is good. Everything but the eyebrows and slightly the spacing of the eyes. You have the left eyebrow on the right and the left eye on the right. What? How are you supposed to know? What? The dot in the center of the eyes has a high and a low. I didn't realize. Fucking bitch, dude. I had that. That took such careful placement. What? What do you mean? They're fucking mirrored. What's the difference? What are you talking about? I'm getting real close. I honestly don't see... The right pupil might be very slightly bigger, but it also might just be an illusion. The blinky white spot needs to be at the top. What? That like pixel? What? No. No, there's no way. That's a thing. I don't understand. If you remove the nose, you can see the pupils on the upper part of the eye. What? Well, I mean, do the parts always spawn in the same spots? I'm pretty sure they do. So this is the left eye. Because I put them on the same sides before. I'm pretty sure. There's an L and an R on the side of the eyes. What? What? No, there isn't. The highlight in his eye has less black above than below. What? Definitely swap the eyebrows. The thicker part is on the outside. I know, that's what I did, right? Anyway. We're gonna get this real quick and easy. Let's go. So, slightly below. Very slightly. Angle about like that. Position should be good. I didn't mean to do that. Nose. Wrong mouth. Fuck. So top should be about line. This should be about good, actually. Oops. Keep pressing A to confirm. That's not correct. Frog nose. Okay, like 30% of a mustache twirl. Or 50%, I mean. Feel like about there. Now, the eyes. Don't fuck me. Oh, I think I see it. I put him like that so the white dot was lower. It should have been higher. That is cruel. I get it now. I'm fucking stupid. I'm dumb. Don't worry about it. Okay. I want to put the eyes a little closer to the center than I did last time. And also about that high up. Okay. 81. Nah, we're getting into the 90s this time. No problem. Pupil hype. I like how they put the eyes on the opposite sides of where they are too, just to fuck you. But how would you distinguish the eyebrows? They must not matter. They must not. They can't. That'd be ridiculous. Settle in with that. You sure they do matter? They better fucking not. They look the same. Let's see. Oh god, they actually are slightly different. Wow. What the hell? I'm just gonna assume for now. I think this one's slightly thicker. I'm just gonna assume for now that this one goes over here. Okay. Good enough. And then let's say there. Please. Please. Let it be. Oh god, those eyes! Stop! Whoa! No way! No way! Fuck. Okay, eyes are too high, too close together. Fuck. Mouth is too high. That's insane. Eyebrows are backwards again? Were they seriously? Well, I'll figure it out this time. Man, 1 point. 1 fucking point. Okay, so I don't see how they were backwards because the thickest part went on the outside. Like the long pointy part points inward and the thicker eyebrow went on the left. No, the eyebrows were correct because the left eyebrow is slightly thicker. And the positioning of they weren't backwards. Yeah, no, they weren't. They weren't. They definitely weren't. Just doing some last minute rememberage. Okay. 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 Let's go. This is Rex's life now. Like that, and then in terms of positioning, it's a little lower. So probably about like that. Let's try there. Now the nose. I hope the nose doesn't have to be like, you know, this way or this way. That would be like, how would you even? They'd have to have some kind of identifying mark, which they don't, so. I feel like the nose was at a good height last time. Right? So. Right about there. I believe you, King Broly. Seems legit. Boom, boom, boom. Now the mustache. Let's get the angle first. That's probably good. Probably about. Like that. Yeah, that looks good to me. And let's start with this eye. I don't know why, but I feel like I'll do better if I start with the right eye. Now, the approximate distance from the side, I want to say it was like that. And then about like that. Maybe. Yeah, looks good. Do them in pairs. Feels good there. Maybe there. Try that. And 2 things left. Angle looks good. I'm gonna say about that high, probably like here. Not sure about this left or his right eye. Yeah, I'm worried about the eyes. The eyes and the eyebrows again. I'm not confident. Come on, baby. Come on. That's gotta be good enough, even though the eyebrows are fucked. Yes! Fuck yes! Get wrecked-ish.
Wow!
Oh, wow! Alright. Good shit. Oh, wow! Eyes are pretty good. It's just the eyebrows, really. Well, I mean, nose is a bit high, I think. Maybe the eyes are a bit low. Anyway, wrecked-ish. Yep, that's what it was. Calls him like I sees him. Well, that took a while. Just a slight while. Man, why is it still so cold in here? I kind of want to like sit back and put my feet over the heater. I wonder if I can pull this off. Like, can I somehow still stream like this? God, this is awkward. It feels so good on my feet, though. I have to look so far to the left to see chat. Oh, it feels so nice. I'll stay like this for a couple minutes. Yoshi, eat the squirrels. If that's a thing, I am gonna ban your ass, motherfucker. Let's go see. Feet gonna burn off? No, it's like a good 1.5 feet above the heater. It's just right. Put on a hoodie or something? I could put on socks. It's mostly the lower, like the low part of the apartment, like down by the floor, that's cold for some reason. Thank you for the 11 months, the god that failed. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for the resub. That's almost a year. Hyrex, can you read this? Nope. No, I cannot. Also, speaking of socks, that's something that I would love to sell. I feel like socks, like cute socks with the emotes on it, would be amazing, and like Rex W outlined socks as well would be amazing. The only problem is Designed by Humans doesn't have them yet, but they told me they're working on it. So there is that. I didn't want to. Yes, I know, Natty says. Did they fix the dude's ceiling yet? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I haven't heard them working on it in a few days. How have you survived 20-something years in Canada without the ability to stay warm in winter? Please. You don't know if it's a thing, you just want to see me try? I don't believe you, because if it does work, that would save you. So maybe you're just trying to be clever. Now that you know I'm going to ban you if it works. Okay, I don't think it's actually a thing. Okay, good. You're not a shitbag. I was worried you were a shitbag. The way you said it kind of made me think that you knew it was a thing and you were telling me to do it. Woo! Close one. Rex, eat the squirrel. I refuse. Gonna take a single Goomba to this guy real quick, and then I'll get a stack going, and I'll bring it over to that stupid lady. I guess I'm gonna have to, like, get... Do I need a stack, or will one do? I wonder. Maybe I don't need a stack. I'm all scaredy around Goombas. Easy. Easy. What? It fucking registered the movement of the Joy-Con and it jumps when you shake it. Nice. Thanks. Oh, thanks for that, too. Hey Rex, press a ping while on a thing and it will do another thing. What is it? I don't know what that means. But okay. Alright, so is she happy with this? She is. Right? Or do I have to get over there? What? So I gotta get a high enough stack so that when I try to make the jump, I can, like... Can I separate? You can't separate. I don't understand. What? How would I... What? Impossible. Can't be done. Okay, this is killing my neck. I have to stop sitting like this. Ow. Fuck. Okay. I was looking like 80% of my max head turn range to the left just to see chat. It's terrible. Banana. Yeah, how can I help you? Truth or perfection? This one is impossible. It's a known glitch left by Nintendo to troll you. Gotcha. I'm just gonna do the smart thing and do this the way that you actually are supposed to do it. Just move the heater. But it's attached to the wall. Should I move it anyway? Oh, I can't possess Goombas because my hat's gonna be on the right. So that's not a thing. Never mind. I'm slightly stupid. Hold up. Cancel that. I was incorrect. Just move the wall then? Oh, there you go. There's an idea. So this is not going to work. I'm confused. How would you ever... Well, come on. Don't die. Oh, come on. Mother. He's not going to be there now. God damn it. Oh, I'm going to have to do that again, aren't I? I bet that would have worked. That was like a successful cheese. Dying to Goombas in 2017. Yeah, fair enough, to be honest. What's up, brah? I didn't know there was a 2-stack. Okay, we're gonna get like a huge fucking stack. Like 9 high. Shit, he's too tall. There we go. I'll take you as well. This is gonna be a sick Goomba stack. We're gonna have like 9 Goombas over there. Woo. So she's just like, what's the lore behind this? This lady Goomba is just like in love with any Goomba. Cause like, it doesn't matter which one you bring. And even if you bring like 18, she's still happy. Like she's like in love. Like there's hearts everywhere the moment she sees them. What's the deal? You think like she would have one specific Goomba mate. She just horny. Fair enough. All right. It didn't jump. We're not doing that right now. We can come back to that. It's fine. Everything's fine. There's no problem. Where's the nearest seed? Didn't I see one in the actual woods? I'm pretty confident that I did. Boom, 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 boom. I like how the mushrooms are like the growy mushrooms and the one-up mushrooms from your classic Marios. Oh, that's a big seed. Motherfuckers, get out of here. Dude, like, just die. Nobody cares. Did I play Getting Over It yet? Yeah, I did a while back. It was pretty fun. I liked it a lot. What? This is clearly a very different looking seed from the others. It's bigger and it doesn't have the gold cap. Or whatever. That's my impression of this, the running sound. Missed it? Go watch the VODs. Also, I wonder if those are highlighted, because they definitely should be. So I assume they wouldn't hide moons in here and shit, right? I should take up beatboxing? No, I shouldn't. I'm already fucking dead, so this is gonna be fun. Please stop. Oh god, I want it. I want it like for spite to just get even worse, but I could only manage those 2 notes before I had to stop. Whistling really low pitches is fucking hard, man. Excuse me? Excuse me? Streamer, I will unsub. I mean it this time. Oh no. My ongoing recurring Bloodshot sub that will definitely be repeating if not for me doing that. Oh no. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna stop. I guess it's possible that they could again Bloodshot. Fair enough. That's not necessarily incorrect. This is actually uncomfortable. Good. Suck it. What a bitch fucker. Got him. Now you see the true genius behind Sophistical. I was just thinking that it was kind of like that. Oh man, I hope this gets fucking nuts. This is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this. Nice. Go fucking nuts. Fuck me up, game. Fuck me up. I don't know. That wasn't really that bad. Next time, though, it'll fuck me up, I'm sure. Easy peasy. You're not dead, right? Like, there's gonna be one more round of that at least? Oh, okay. Boring. If this is supposed to be a repeat of the boss battle, why don't you spend like 10 minutes trying to hurt him from up top? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it's a great mechanic. Cat's a Dyson. Oh wow, a triple for that. Did I get a triple for the last one too? I didn't even notice. Streamer, I will find a way to unsub despite not being subbed. Well, there's only one way to do that, is to sub first, which means I win because I get your money, even if you unsub. So I advise that method. Bum, 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 bum. Heh, heh, heh. I can't help myself. It's 2 separate words. Cat's Edison. Oh god, that's so obvious in hindsight. Try to remember. Cat's Poseidon. I like how they deliberately made it so that when you're doing this, you slide down the wall a little bit before you can jump again, so you can't use it to infinitely climb. Fuckers. Thank you, Exegus. Thank you, Exegus, for gifting a sub to win Queen Vivi. Now you can unsub. Oh, dude, that'd be amazing. Will I play Celeste? It seems right up my alley. Yes. Definitely. Right after Mario. Sorry. Shitty streamer yawning on stream. Rip, now everyone's gonna fall asleep. But yeah, no, I'm definitely playing it. A million people have asked me. I haven't been in here, have I? I definitely haven't. Okay. Can confirm. M sleep. Rip. Bang game sometime soon? Not really, no. What? Is that like a troll block? I fell through the floor. Upcoming games are finishing this, then Celeste, then Iconoclasts. And then... Oh, is it the background? I wouldn't be considered in 2D land because I'm touching the 3D space. I think I get it. Iconoclasts and possibly East 8. Haven't decided if I want to wait for PC version or not. Alright, well this one's a lot bigger, so... Dude, this is a really neat concept. Banan likes... What? Amiibo? I tried to use the D-pad. The fuck? Oh, we're gonna skill this. Oh, I thought that was not even the... Okay. I thought that was the regular moon. I didn't realize it was a secret moon. Alright. PC version soon, TM? Yeah, but like, in 100 years, probably. Is their definition soon? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. We gotta go fast. No! Don't do it! It didn't do it. We good. What? The fuck? What? I didn't get that part. You played like 40 minutes of Iconoclast so you can get past the terribly translated dialogue. Oh, I didn't hear about that. Huh. I don't know. I didn't realize it was the same mechanic again. Nah, don't worry about it, Barking Doggy. I don't get salty about shit like that when people ask me the same question over and over. It's not like you're asking it 1,000 times yourself. It's definitely a game that is up my alley, so it makes sense to recommend it. I'm really good at video games. Can you guys tell? Is there anything on the screen that's hinting you to... Went too fast. To the fact that I am good at video games. Iconoclast is almost so great, and then it's just a book. Rip. Maybe I'll just skip a lot of the dialogue. Sometimes I do that with games that I think are really good but have shit dialogue. Like Rabby Ribby. Or, fucking the meme game. The meme game that people keep telling me to finish. I forget the name of the meme game. Fucking, how am I not remembering this? I must be tired. Must be. More coherent than Rabby Ribby? Oh, well, that's good. I can handle it then. Rabby Ribby is special. DT3, yes, thank you. Distorted Travis 3. Classic Travis getting all distorted. Classic. Oh, that reminds me of something. I was playing Overwatch recently, solo queuing, and I got into a game with a team of 4 and one other solo. And at the end, right, like we won. We did really well. And the team of 4, okay, I get it, asked if we wanted to team up. And I was like, yeah, let's team up. And I forget what the guy's name was. Let's just say it was Travis. We got into our group, started queuing, and or like we didn't start queuing. One of the guys was like, Travis, you got to start the queue, dude. And I, a guy who had no idea who these people were, who had just started, you know, talking to them, I went classic Travis, and fucking nobody laughed. Like, that's fucking hilarious, right? That's a good fucking joke. But nobody laughed at all. They didn't even giggle. They didn't appreciate my good joke. You gotta back me up, right? That was good. 5 out of 10 at best. Oh, come on. That's overly critical. It's better than a 5. Oh, you can't press down to duck here. You would have made a joke like that too? Nice. I guess it wasn't classic Travis. Yeah, but that's not the point. That's not the point. Classic Rex. You don't know Travis? That's the joke! That's the joke. I don't know him. I don't... Oh, you guys are dumb. You guys have a bad sense of humor if you don't get that. Oh, I wonder if I could duck by, like, if I'm on the right, say, just pressing left. Rex, please explain the joke. You. Doesn't now hurt Rex's inside that nobody likes his joke? Some people liked my joke. Most of you guys just have a bad sense of humor. You don't know what's funny. That's why I'm the successful Twitch.tv streamer and you guys are just chump-ass viewers. Sitting here telling me you fucking know what's funny and not funny. What's not funny? Well, look at you. Where's your stream, huh? Where's your viewers? Everyone knows everyone comes here for my humor. OMG, arrogant. Nice meme. I'm surprised I haven't messed up this part yet, especially here. It's spoopy. I have a plan for that bloodshot. It's cooking. Duh. Hold on, just adjusting mic position. Okay. We don't know what's funny, which is why we're at this shit fest of a streamer. Dude, this is weird. The controls are weird for this part, in my opinion. I can't, like, it's so confusing. So our goal is to get to the pipe. There's just 2 routes. You can go down or you can go up. So once we get over here, we're golden. Okay, go, go, go. Oh, why did I think I could do that? Rex cooking, haha. I haven't bought fast food in over 2 weeks, with the exception of a $1 Big Mac, because come on, it's $1 for a Big Mac. Thank you very much. I cooked today. Classic Travis. Fuck off. My name's not Travis. The exception of fast food. That doesn't... 37 $1 Big Macs. No, a single $1 Big Mac. I was like, fuck it, I might as well buy a $1 Big Mac. That's fine. Like, it's not like a lot of money. The point of me cooking is to save money. And I'm not wasting money by buying a $1 Big Mac. It's cheaper than something I can make myself. It's a special deal. Okay? You can't just not take advantage of a special deal. How much was it? $1? It was $1 for the $1 Big Mac. $1. Go up! Oh, man. How can a $1 Big Mac even be, though? What's a promotional price? They're promoting their mobile app. And in order to get you to use it, they are offering fucking $1 Big Mac coupon once per week for a short period of time if you use the app to place your order. Drinking only water will also save money, but I don't see you doing that. I mean, soda costs like 30 cents a can when you buy the cases, so. I also hate water. Like, if you're gonna save money, if you're gonna like change your habits too, you gotta do it within reason, or you'll go back to your old ways because you'll hate it. So you gotta find a balance. Like, yeah, I could save more money if I only ate fucking white rice and drank water. But that's absurd. That's not the point. Is not to save the maximum amount. Rex, hope you're at least drinking diet soda. Duh. Yeah, I only drink diet. Fuck regular soda. Not that much of a dumbo. That's a cool mechanic. Wow. This is hard. Oh, okay, okay. Alright. Let's see what we're doing. Oh, I thought there'd be more to it. Alright. Deimos, you're stupid. You say stupid thing. You're eating brown rice and scrambled eggs tonight. Nice. Nothing wrong with that. I don't know what it is about diet soda, man. Like, it attracts so much stupidity. It's really bizarre. Like, it gets such a, like, disproportionate amount of that from people. And there really is not any evidence to suggest that it's nearly that bad. Oh, there's gotta be a prize for this. Do the fucking twirly dirly. Okay, hearts. Thanks. Thanks. See, Bastardo, you've got to be memeing. You gotta be. Diet soda tastes like ass. I'm fine with that. Like, if people hate it, like, whatever. Personally, I don't mind it at all. But, people going around saying aspartame causes cancer and shit, or it's, like, worse than sugar. Ugh. There's no evidence for it, man. Like, why are you saying it? You don't know. Like, you just, what are you basing it on? Like, why do people just believe that shit? This is Yoshi's favorite food. I saw him in the castle a while ago. Wonder where he is now. On the castle, and I already fed him to them. Dumbass! I'll donate $10 if you don't say a swear word for the next 40 minutes. My son wants to watch you play before bed, but I can't let him. He's 5 years old. Okay. That is not worth $10. Need at least, like, 1,000 for that. But I read it online. What was it, like a Facebook article? I know you were memeing, by the way. Honestly, though, like, the only thing there's decent evidence for, as far as aspartame is concerned, is that it may make you crave sweets. So it could have an undesired effect if you're trying to use it to, like, lose weight, because it could make you want to eat sweets, and then, you know, you just... then you've got a whole other problem on your hands, but it doesn't... Definitely doesn't cause cancer. It's non-caloric. The fuck? Oh, it's in a pipe. That looked weird. It looked like it was encased in, like, a green sphere. I mean, Filthy Luck, you obviously just want to believe that it's bad, so you're just blindly suggesting that they must be funded by soda companies. They're not, and you would know that if you checked. But, like, why do you default to that? You shouldn't default like that. You should base your opinions on what you read, like, you know, and obviously the quality of the source. It's like you're starting from an assumption. Shouldn't work like that. Thank you for the 24 months, Super Iron Bob. I appreciate it, man. Fuck, it's a chill Rex stream. Yeah, we're kind of... I kind of have gotten lower energy over the last couple hours, so it's gotten to, I guess, a chill point now. Guess if you got the Kappa, okay. I don't know. Like, if I don't recognize your name as, like, someone who's here all the time, and, like, I kind of know, like, your personality, I won't necessarily know that you're Trying to do a kappa. Thank you for the 25 months, Pyro Trap. Appreciate it, man. That's one better than that last idiot. Don't even remember the name. Fuck him. Thank you very much, man. They're funded by the Illuminati. Oh, man. Rip. I mean, well, it's not really about whether you can or can't know for sure, Deimos. It's more just like... Because, like, obviously you can't really know for sure. There could still be something we haven't discovered, but it's just about the available evidence. Like, there really isn't a reason for you to make the claim, because there is no strong evidence. Like, there really just isn't. Like, I just don't understand why you would make the claim, right? So I don't get why people say shit that they haven't verified. Have I gone to the castle yet? Nope. I've only been going outside doing everything else. There's gotta be coins at least up here. Oh. Alright. Shouldn't have made the claim. Fair enough. You never said it causes cancer. Oh, no, I wasn't specifically referring to you when I was talking about that. What the fuck? Do you believe that the actual Illuminati will ever be truly exposed, Rex? Or will they have power for all time? I've got this guy on my Facebook. He's like a classic conspiracy guy where he just shares like any conspiracy he can. He doesn't care what it is or how insane it is. Like, he will go from like mild conspiracies that, you know, might even have a chance of being true to like the most ridiculous, like everything. If it's a conspiracy, he'll share it. No fucking filter. How's Dragon Ball Z guy? Tell him we said hi. For those who don't know, Dragon Ball Z is another dude on my Facebook. I assume these are permanent, but I'm gonna go check. He's another guy I have on my Facebook who almost all of his posts are just Dragon Ball Z memes. That's like all he does all the time. He just shares Dragon Ball Z memes. It's so fucking weird, but it's great. He's a special man. Okay. Oh god, I gotta sneeze. Hold on. Really, Nick? You don't strike me as the type. And then I have, there's a third guy who we refer to only as Facebook guy. Who, like, his deal is just that he, like, he will just post, like, random stuff about, like, his day or whatever, but it is so utterly incomprehensible that it's impressive. Like, it's so unique, too. Like, there's nobody else that fucking writes this shit like him. Like, it's absolutely absurd, man. He's ridiculous. You can't even describe it. Can we get an example? Yeah, I've shared them into Discord constantly. It's just word, yeah, it's word salad. I'll read one of his posts, sure. Read one for you. I won't discriminate either. There he is. Like, I'm not gonna cherry pick for the absolute best one. Let's see. Facebook stream. Fuck. All right, let's just go with this one, I guess. So it's a picture. For some reason, he posts pictures of McDonald's coffees a lot. Like, I'd say probably 1 in 10 posts, he includes a picture of a McDonald's coffee. So it's a picture of a McDonald's coffee and then a picture of like some soup that he made. And I'm not going to edit this in any way. You knows you had a good night / morning when you leave in stitches. Space, comma, no space. I have an awesome team, space, comma, no space, who rocks. Space, comma, no space. But home now thinking if all young ones, space, comma, no space, who will find it cold today, so dress warm everyone. Space, comma, no space. So if it gets too cold, head on down and be sure to grab with a capital G a beautiful cup of coffee and muffin. Smiley face. For me, flatten this pot of salt beef soup. PS, comma, still drive safe. Roads are wicked in places. That was actually not that bad compared to his worst ones. That was actually fairly comprehensible. Here's one. It's a picture of... He's not old. No, he's like a little older than me. Here's another. He never uses periods, by the way. There was no period in that at all. So this one, it's a picture of him smiling and holding McDonald's coffee. Yeah, he's doing that, Gemini. That's what he's doing. Nailed it. Okay, here's another one. When life hits you hard, be, and then the comma thing, grateful, GREATFULL, for the friends you have around you, comma, that can help you while they figure you out same time, crying face. Thank you all, and if there's anything bad to happen to me, Lise, I know you've been there to talk and fix my problems as if they were getting worse. You all rock, comma, so now taking my 4-legged boy for a good run and making a note to self saying you got this in bold or blue somehow, and everything is gonna be all right. Smiley face, red XOXO to my angels. PS, perfect cup of coffee can go a long way. Really hope English isn't this guy's first language. It is. I'm afraid it is. Unfortunately. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, he's pretty good. He's really entertaining. Like, I'm sure he seems like a nice guy. I'm sure he's a fine dude and all. But man, do I get a lot of entertainment value from his posts. Holy fuck. It's some good shit. Please. Nice stuff. You can fucking break the mushrooms off and kick them around. What the hell? Alrighty. Sounds like his first language is BS or stupid. Jump Yoshi off the edge? Wow. Cruel, man. I would never. Not in this Mario game and never in any. Is this a quest 100%? I haven't really decided if I'm going to go for 100% or not. Is there like a fast flower that I could have grabbed for this or something? Because I feel like I'm not going to make it by just doing this. I am correct. There must be a fast flower thingy. Oh, but we won't have our hat. Wait, what? Oh, the scooter. Maybe? Or do I need my hat for the scooter? There's also a scooter right here, so... Yeah, okay, that's absolutely the way. Oh my god. Kill me. Oh, that's one of the ones I posted before, isn't it, Petter? Yeah, that's a good one. Never lend Rex anything. Nice job. Thanks. Fuck. Okay, let's put it right here. I got this. Trash Toad's ride. I'm sorry, it was an accident. I didn't mean it. tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Easy. Okay. Almost ate my words. But we got it. No more driving for you. I'm a good driver, I swear. I promise. Wookie, please. I don't usually drive into lakes, IRL. A scooter was expensive. It's okay. It respawned. It's fine. Oh, what? Get off. What the fuck? Thank you. Let's see. What next? Yeah, usually. Jaxie's a pretty cool dude. Easy star. No problem. Toad has excellent insurance. It's so good. They make his new replacement ride appear instantaneously. That's some next level shit. I think it's time to go to the shop, actually, now that he mentions it. I should have enough coins to buy whatever outfit I want. I won't be able to get everything, but should be able to buy any one outfit. I'm quite proud of this garden. What'd you say? Fuck up my garden? Okay, so there's 4 seeds we gotta put there. Got it. Got it. Yeah, there's lots of great little touches in this, Nick. I love it. Oh, we haven't been here. I feel like there's insurance specifically against Mario-related situations. There should be. The shop is totally inside the castle. Totally. I believe you. Forgot about this boss. Have I done the towers yet? God damn it. Well, now I know that the hard levels are also towers. God damn it. Motherfucker. What? You're gonna shoot a projectile to hit... That's a dick move. That's not the shot. I am aware. Thank you. Now's my chance. Gotta go ham. Ow. Fuck. This is hard. I've already taken so much fucking damage, dude. Hit the fucker. Hit it. Hit it. Okay. That's one cycle. Is this our chance? Fire. Oh. Is it? Is it our chance? Our chance to do 1 damage, and I'm already down to 1 hit. I'm dead. I'm super dead. What? Oh, I'm dead. Too slow. Never mind. Gotta be the worst spear I've ever seen. Man, that is such a unique joke. Oh, man. God Gamer. I'm gonna get hit by some random stupid ass shit. Calling it right now. I think this boss doesn't drop hearts. Come on, bro. I need hearts. I need heals, man. Bug him up. Oh! I broke them all! What? I shot them all. What are you... What are you talking about? I don't understand, man. How did that suddenly appear? Missed one. What? Okay, let's get rid of that fucking idiot. Immediately. Alright, easy. In what world? Should do an in what world impression. I feel like I did that before though. But I'm tempted. I really want to. Oh, he's up there. Hello. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Better move slightly to the left, or we're gonna be in trouble. One more, come on. Oh my god. Okay, actually one more now. Alright, let's fuck him up. Is this our chance? Alright, dodge the lines. Shouldn't be a problem. This part's easy. Doing this well in Overwatch? Oh man, roasted. Roasted and toasted. I don't even have to look. I'm like a cool guy. Walking away from an explosion. Wow. That's too close for comfort. My headphones are falling off my head. Please stop that. Please stop what you're doing. Oh god, I don't want to aim there. What the fuck? Motion controls, why? Well, easy enough to dodge. As long as I don't get greedy. What? Why is he invincible all of a sudden? The heck? Oh, he's doing this? Fuck, I missed the cycle? Cool dudes don't look at giant electric centipedes. That's how the saying goes. What does shaking do with these? Nothing, because motion controls, I guess. What? Oh, you're done already? Okay. Fair enough. All right. Two more. One more, actually. It's not, I can't reach it. What? What? Okay, then. Thanks. Love you. Love you, game. Okay, that hit, though. Like, that fucking hits. That's bullshit. In what world? There, I got it out of my system. I got it out of my system. Now I can move on with my fucking life. Come here, you fucking ass. Reveal your... Yeah, that. Get fucking sniped, dumbass. Boom, 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 boom. Put it back in your system. Easy 3 minutes. Easy peasy. Which one do you guys hate more? Easy peasy lemon squeezy? Or easy peasy Febreze? Which one's worse? She's not actually my sister. The plot's moving back. They're... Oh, yeah, why are they multi-moons? Easy peasy Japanesey? What the hell? Oh, God. No one says Febreze, so Febreze's worse. All right, I'm going to say that all the time now. Thanks. Thanks for clearing that up. Appreciate it. Woohoo! Lex is actually my mom. Pretty hot for my mom. Not bad. That's what you sound like. Buy 10? Excuse me? I'm not gonna buy 10 stars. Come on. Come on. Fucking Nintendo's so lazy. Never pay attention to detail. What? Skeleton costume uses cutting edge or something to... Look, we're not sure how this works, but it's cool, right? 10,000 coins? Hello? Like how you can be Waluigi. Nice. 10,000 fucking coins? Why? That's insane. Someone clip what, T-Man? Oh, dude. Dude. My dude. My dude. It's a skeleton, so it's worth it. I don't know, man. Even for a skeleton. Oh, it's nice. That's pretty pricey. I'll take that. I mean, I'll purchase that. No Wario costume. Yeah, rip. Nobody likes Wario. Dude. My dude. That's pretty great. I like it. It does look a little different though. I can't place exactly how, because I don't remember precisely what the 64 model looked like, but it's definitely not this. I mean, besides the eyes on the cap that appear. Rex, stop saying that. You're not cool. Aw, my dude. Come on, dude. Hurt my feelings, dude. I thought I was a cool dude. Dude. Okay, I'll stop. So that doesn't do anything. Oh, more purple coins. Please and thank you. Where did my dude start? I have no idea. It's been a thing for a long time. Only 12 more purplies. I guess I'll see what's in the castle real quick. And then we're going to be done. For today. How many moons do I have? How do I check? You tell me how to check, I'll check. Sup? Oh! Oh, come on. Awful news, Mario. Princess Peach has gone missing again. I didn't even go to the dark side of the moon. Next stream, my dude. Suck it, bloodshot. Odyssey sale? Oh. Real quick. Real quick. Fuck. We'll put the ones I have in and see what the total is. Woohoo! It looks like we've got we've got 334, I'm gonna say. Let's see. Rex will never enter the castle. Don't worry. As soon as we're done with this. 334. Wow, so I have like a third of the moons. What the hell? No one says my buddy. That just sounds weird. My dude has a layer of irony to it. People say my buddy in Newfoundland, actually. Wait, what? Oh, right. I think that makes us real explorers now. Dark side. Dude, that's so cool. Not now, though. Just starting the game now. I'd be okay with that. People also say bye here. Like, what's up, bye? Bye being like a dude. Or the buys. More specifically, da buys. Which means like my group of buddies. It's like going downtown with the buys. Not the boys, no. Da buys. I hate Newfoundland. So much. Okay, she's missing again. That's great. Dubai. Dude. What a good recreation. But where's the doors? You got the shape. She looks so dumb. Just smiling and clapping over and over like that. What an idiot. Bam, bam, bam. All right, what do you want? Hey! Hiya, Mario. Looks like you're on another big adventure. That's great. I hope you don't mind, but I've been traveling the world and keeping track of your achievements. I've also got power moons to give you as rewards for those achievements. Oh, hey, you've already completed Rescue Princess Peach. Congrats. Thanks, man. You can also see the names of the power moons you'll get for all your achievements. I'll add some hints to the power moon list, which you can see by opening your map with minus and pressing Y. Huh. Okay. What's the very last one? Oh my god, look at all these. What the hell? Oh, okay. I thought the last one would be cool, but... Alright. Parking doggy one. Oops, I skipped that. You know, just in case you need it. Well, I'll be right here when you want to achieve some achievements. Okay. Congratulations, Mario. You achieved something new. Your new achievement is Achieve World Peace. I knew you could do it. Have a power moon. You've earned it. Okay, this seems like kind of a lot of fucking around. I have to individually talk to her for every single one. Power moon night. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Stop. Power moon wizard. Okay. Now we mash A for 20 minutes. Yep. Oh my god. What the hell? This is terrible. Literally 10 minutes of pressing A. This is unironically nearly 10 minutes of A pressing. Jesus Christ. Kill me. What's this mod? Mod. Oh, Rockly Smile? He's a streamer. This is the best part of the 100% speedrun. Okay, wait, how long does this take in the 100% speedrun? I assume they get like all of them at once. Dude, that's so dumb. That's fucking garbage. Classic B-Rex with the yawns. How to get a B64 Mario? It's a skin you can purchase in this kingdom. It's one of the suits. 10 minutes more if you mash badly and jump every time. Oh, so 10 minutes is if you've got them all. Okay. So mine wouldn't be as much. I'll probably just do this before I start the stream. Next time. We'll stop here. All unique moon spends like half an hour just jumping in place for the achievement. That's great, dude. That's great and terrible. Rex, I couldn't help but notice you tried to stifle your yawn. Okay. Alright, guys. Oh, shit. Sorry, Toadette. Who apparently has no gender despite the et, which makes a thing female. Oh, I thought that was like a sticker. Alright, I'm gonna do that. Mario looks so excited. Look at him. He's like, holy shit. He's saving. Okay. I'm not done pressing it. That's okay. I can live with it. Let's do that like a good streamer would do. Let's do this like a good streamer would do. And then let's find someone to raid like a good streamer would do. But who? What can we use for a raid message today? There was lots of memes and shit, but I can't remember any because I zone out when I stream. What are we doing? Help me be clever, chat. I don't know how it works anymore. The Facebook guys message. No. Oh god, no. It's too long. We can't fill someone's chat with it. Classic Travis. Okay, we're rating Lee, formerly known as OV. His channel is now The Stage of History. He renamed it. How about Classic Lee? There's a good meme. Just like fill his fucking chat with that. He'll know it's a raid, but it'll still be funny. I mean, if you want to do classic Travis, you can, I guess. But yeah, put lulz there too. That helps. Thank you guys very much for watching. Probably 1-2 more streams of Mario. And well, depending on how much content there is in terms of like the late game hard stuff, because I'm definitely going to do that, but I probably won't go super completionist on it. And then Celeste, as soon as I get a key, thank you very much for watching again, etc., etc. Apples are better than bananas. Bye.